Alrighty, I'll go ahead and call the workshop meeting to order. Guess we need a roll call.
I just noticed on this, I noticed this as also a regular meeting and a workshop, so they could take action on the, okay.
So this is a combination workshop and regular meeting.
So that you can take action on one of the items that we have.
Good. We have a roll call, please.
Council members Ennis, Grambly,
Here.
Lakin, Schuyler,
Here.
Thomas,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer,
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here. Takes us to item number 1, budget topics, review retreat goals. That interesting?
That's me. Thanks to everybody for being here on a Saturday morning. Same as it ever was, right? Pretty late October. We, in the last few years at least, we've tried to do this. So appreciate you accommodating. Just want to just mention, in case you haven't seen, we have Liz from the Plain Dealer on. Hi, Liz.
Morning,
Thanks for joining us
Morning, Liz.
on your Saturday.
Happy Saturday. Love to be here.
So much fun.
She's in her job. So first thing, just want to review the agenda. I will review the goals of why we're here today. Provide an overview of the budget adoption process. We'll get, I know many of you have been through this PowerPoint, this process a number of times now, but want to get to an elemental level, especially for Holly, JT, folks who haven't been through this process yet. And then we'll open it up to you all to talk about specific budget topics or ideas or items you all would like to discuss or make sure that we discuss today. And then we'll turn it over to Pam to present the draft version and underline, bold, highlight the word draft. I think it's in a pretty good spot, but it's certainly going to be amended and modified from here for between now and December 14th, whenever that regular meeting in December is. But again, I think we're in a really good spot based on what's transpired to this point, meetings with staff and conversations that have happened. But Pam will present the draft version of the budget. And then this time last year, you all might remember Lori Messer with Logic Compensation Group came in to present her report of the classification and compensation study. She is not going to attend today, but we did consult with her and enlist her to provide pay movement recommendations for 2023, given what's going on in the world today, the economy, inflation, etc. It's a good thing to do each year. So we want to present her recommendations for pay movement for staff. And then this is the item that Pam was talking about. We do need action on participation in what's called the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program. The acronym is FAMILY. I don't know, Beth, you might be familiar with this because the school district or all school districts have to do it too. So we'll present the some background on the program, options for you all to consider, and then staff's recommendation for opting in or opting out. I did leave one item out. Sorry about that. But before the lunch break, we'll start the CIP discussion. It's always a hefty conversation and really interesting to see the priorities and the differences of opinion, maybe not differences of opinion, but the ideas for capital projects to undertake not only in 2023, but in future years so that we can amend the 5-year plan and the 10-year plan accordingly. So we'll start that conversation, go into a lunch break, and then we'll continue the CIP discussion after that. Joanne will join probably around 11 o'clock to participate in that CIP discussion, which is important because she's been around a long time and has a lot of great institutional knowledge and information and can help guide that conversation for sure. And then round it out as time allows with discussion of council priorities for 2023. I did provide an update on the status of the strategic plan for 2022. In the last few years, there hasn't been a whole lot of time to devote to that. you all may want to take some time to think about priorities, and we have some more meetings by way of the regular meeting in November, the standalone budget workshop in November, and in December regular meeting to provide directives on the strategic. That's the agenda. Any questions on that? So getting down to an elemental level on why we're here today. You all are here to provide direction for revisions based on what you're seeing in the budget. You all can certainly request additional information by way of additional analysis or options based on what's discussed. And then to reiterate direction for capital improvement projects to undertake not only in 2023, but subsequent years. And then direction for strategic plan for fiscal year 2023. And again, use this word a few times, but really want to boil this down to an elemental type level, just so we all have an understanding of what we're charged with today, as provided for in state statute and even the charter of the town of Ridgway. The finance section of the charter lays out that the town council shall cause the preparation of a proposed annual budget by the first regular council meeting in October of each year for the next fiscal year. You can check that one off the list because that one's been done. The budget has to contain certain information. Number one, detailed revenues, expenditures, and balances for each fund, and account for the prior fiscal year, the adopted budget for the current fiscal year, the estimated actual revenues and expenditures for the current year, and the budget year. Number two, prior to the adoption of the budget, a public hearing shall be held, notice of which shall be posted and published once in the newspaper of general circulation within the town at least 15 days prior to the hearing. We do have that publishing covered. Actually, has that already been noted? That's been noticed, Dan, hasn't it? Three, prior to adoption of the budget, the council may amend the proposed budget as appropriate. Number four, the budgeted expenditure shall be balanced by budgeted revenues, which may include fund balances and reserves. Number five, the council shall adopt the budget by a minimum vote of 4 members of council by resolution prior to December 15th each year. Adoption of the budget shall constitute the appropriation of the budgeted expenditures by month. Try to read all that, but does that make sense? This is meant to depict the remaining timeline for the budget adoption process. It could be modified depending on what you all are thinking. Obviously, we're here today on October 29th to have a hefty conversation about the budget in general. I already mentioned the November 9th regular meeting where Pam and I will present the draft 2023 fiscal year budget. We'll follow up on any council directions or requests for information that come about today. And you all can discuss as necessary and provide for public comment. Largely the same for the standalone workshop, less than 10 days later, November 17th. And by then we'll be ready for Thanksgiving, I think, but we'll provide an overview of the 2023 budget at that workshop. We'll follow up again on any directions or requests for information that come about today or on November 9th. That is the time where you all will spend some time reviewing the funding requests that come in from nonprofits. And there's some doozies this year, so get ready for that conversation. That's always an important piece. We'll present the 2023 strategic plan, and you all can discuss as appropriate, provide additional direction, and provide for public comment. And then December 14th is the granddaddy of them all. That's the adoption of the budget, the capital projects plan, and the 2023 strategic plan, setting out the work plan for the next year, and then approval of the resolution certifying the mill levy. Anything else, Pam?
Looks good.
Any questions on that? Want to just talk about my approach, philosophy towards budgeting, and I do think we all largely share this. I know Pam does. I think it's very important that we balance core operation expenses with conservative revenue projections, and we'll talk about revenue projections today and the state of the economy and kind of what we're seeing. Number two, ensure long-term fiscal stability. Number 3, provide for the delivery of quality services and maintain an enhanced service delivery. And number 4, establish reserves necessary to meet known and the unknown. Unknown should be in all caps, actually. I think I said that last year. We should do unknown in all caps, unknown future obligations. And just to add on to number 4, I had this slide in this presentation the last few years, just to paint a picture of how healthy the town is, especially as it relates to the next fiscal year. So we're statutorily required by Tabor to provide for a 3% emergency reserve, which needs to be 3% of general fund expenditures. This time last year, this line item was around 92 or 93,000, if I remember right, Pam. Based on general fund expenditures in the budget before you, it's going to go well above 100,000. We're at $123,100.95. Couple that with the projected remaining fund balance, we're talking a total of $3.4 million that's available in the event that there's a really rainy day, which I think, I think that's absolutely fantastic, and it's come a long way over the years, right, John? I mean, around a long time. And as a percent of general fund expenditures, that's 83%. This time last year it was at 72 or 73%. So we're well above that again. That's just projection based on the draft version that's before you. Does all that make sense?
Pam, do you remember when we drastically redlined our budget early in the pandemic, like, oh man, this might be awful, how much we were able to look at that and say, this is not essential? Do you remember how many dollars we were able, it was quite a bit.
You were trying to get your ending fund balance down?
Well, we were just, it was, I don't know, probably April or May of 2020, and we were just.
Oh,
Just because,
right.
you know, that,
And
when you
you
say
said the
it's
budget here.
50% of our general fund expenditures, I'm pretty sure we redlined.
We scratched quite a few items.
And then we put it back in because it was.
Yeah,
Because we started out the year really uncertain of where we were going. And we talked about when we adopted the budget, we would review it again, see where everything was.
But just to be clear, yeah, that exercise was interesting because it was May, right after like thick of the pandemic, there a lot of uncertainty. You guys went through the exercise of saying, hold on this, hold on this, hold on this.
'Cause I would
do
say-
this, do this, do this.
That would almost, what I'm saying is this would almost probably put us close to 100% by the time we had redlined, like we'll delay this project and so on and so forth.
Right.
That was my point.
And things didn't end up being as bad as we thought, right?
In
So,
fact, we.
Fortunately, yes.
yeah. So,
I can remember, John, you remember the council struggling with the ending fund balance and trying to keep it at like 300,000, 400,000. And I'm looking at that number up there and I'm just like that, like in such a short period of time. It's incredible.
How long ago was that? Like a decade or 15 years?
I remember that Rob asked when I was on the council.
Oh, so I mean, it wasn't that long.
It wasn't that long ago,
5, 6 years.
less than, 8-10 years ago. Yeah.
any other questions on this? So this is the time, this is like the additions to the agenda thing. This is the time for you all to go around and identify those topics or ideas that you definitely want to see come up today. Terry, I know you have some. Terry has an awesome PowerPoint to present, guys. I think that will be best presented during the CIP conversation, but if you want to actually highlight what we want to talk about, that's what this is meant for, I think, Terry. But I know some of y'all might have some ideas or topics you want to make sure that that do get discussed today. So I'm gonna stop talking.
I was just gonna say, on a follow-up to kind of Chantel's comments on Thursday. Just how much money there is coming down from on high, so to speak. And I do think that when we get to the CIP discussion, we really need to, more than ever before, we have an opportunity to really pick and choose, highlight the things that we really want to get done. Because there's a good chance we can find money out there to do some of these things that we just have kept putting off for years and years. I'm sure that's some of the things you're going to touch on, Terry. Yeah, even just discussion a month or so ago with Anita from CC4CA, how much we're struggling, staff is struggling with trying, this constant inundation. There's these new grants and these new grants and all these different places money is coming from. And we're just trying to get the day-to-day work done here in town hall. We don't have the wherewithal to kind of spend the time it takes to figure out what we might be able to look for. And she said that if we could identify however many things we want to try and target, an entity like CC4CA can help with that process. And Region 10 created a grant just for capacity. So that's more than ever before that I can remember. We have an opportunity this year to really focus on some capital improvement projects that we've always just kind of put off someday in the future.
Can I ask the question regarding the grant process for all the grants that are available out there? Like what percentage of time does staff have to put into getting this executed?
That's a good question. I mean, writing the grants depends on the grant, right? But or the grant opportunity. Writing the grants and submitting it isn't always the heavy lift. It's the administration process and the reporting requirements that are pretty heavy.
Sure.
Most of the reporting requirements are quarterly, some are monthly, but yeah, it really just depends. I have several I'm administering currently. Tara has several. Is anyone in your office administering any grants right now? Can't remember.
Jess oversees. all of it, yeah.
Jess. So I don't know. I can answer your question specifically, but it just varies grant to grant.
It is interesting when I remember a webinar I was on probably 6 months ago where people were talking about this and talking about, somebody mentioned, we need to be able to hire a grant writer. And somebody else chimed in and said, hey, writing and submitting the grant isn't the problem. It's grant administration that is the big lift.
And that's where I was thinking, and I know that you're protective of the capacity of staff, and that's why we're navigating what we're doing with moratorium and everything else to be able to make sure it's within bandwidth. So yeah, the aspiration, measuring the aspirational, the execution and the admin, just trying to get a sense of that.
Oh yeah.
Because if I've got other wormholes, even after the other night, I went down the DOLA wormhole and saw all the things popping up. And it's like, well, would that be within the purview of if we had a full-time planner, would they work on that? On those levels?
I think that was what Chantel was getting at when she said, you have your vision, you need to use the grants to fund the vision that you already have versus just chasing the dollars. And so I think that's the place where then we need to figure out how we need to support staff and what needs to happen if those dollars are there to do something that's in our strategic plan.
But the vision we had evolves. So year to year, based upon circumstances, I mean, we didn't have a pandemic 2 years ago when we had a vision. So there's things that evolve that I think, this new funding, like what John's saying, and what Sean Bell was saying, we should take into account past vision and the vision that we're evolving to.
But what I'm saying is, then what I'm saying is, if there's dollars for big things, then we need to figure out what staff needs and how we can go after and leverage those state dollars.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking measure of that question. When I say that question, I'm just taking measure of what's in the strategic plan, the master plan, and stay true to that set of values that are already defined. So I was just trying to get a sense of knowing there are all these things coming down, and there's a lot of towns that don't have any capacity to pursue any of them.
Right. Picking up on what you said about, grant writing is one thing, and administering grants another thing. Administering it only happens if you've written a grant and you get it. There is a woman here in town that is proficient in grant writing, who is used to work for a company, and she's been pretty recently laid off. We're looking at San Miguel Power to be contracting with her because of the grant writing experience. I know she's available for that too. So if it comes to that, I can provide a reference.
Is there enough, are there enough grants and grants management opportunities for a person to be hired part-time per diem, that kind of thing, to administer them?
Possibly. And what I was going to add is that, just so you know, if you're not familiar with the grant world, almost no grant in the past has actually had a portion of it that's available for salary, for paying for someone to do the work. They're all written historically to kind of assume that you have the capacity within the organization to do it. There's been such clamoring about this issue we're talking about that there have been grants created that are specifically for staff. So I think, the answer to your question is, again, complicated depending on the grants, depending on what all we decide to go after. But in my view, I don't think there's any doubt that our staff is pretty maxed out with just day-to-day operations, and to be able to hire somebody to help with this, especially at the scale we're potentially talking, would be really cool. And I think there is opportunities for that.
Potentially good return on investment, even if it's contracted. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about when I meant we need to find a way to support staff. If that just literally means finding a person to do man hours. But like Terry was saying, the return on those dollars for leveraging for some of these projects makes sense.
And, you're speaking on Wednesday with the county, and the victim's advocate said that a large portion of her job is doing the grant administration.
Funding her program.
And funding her own program. I am firmly of the belief that a person doing that kind of work probably ought not spend the majority of time trying to chase money to make sure that program can continue. So I wonder if we could work with the county, because it seems like we do have a good relationship with them, and be able to use a person, because I don't think that anybody here in town hall needs to do more than they're doing. I think everybody's probably at the maximum efficiency of what they can do.
Sorry, I asked that question in a roundabout way, because actually that was really what I was trying to get to. Do we have the capacity, or do we need to invest in the capacity to do the things that are true to the strategic plan in the short and long term?
I think we're set up pretty well, but as it relates to grants, I love the conversation. I don't think I don't remember who posted the question, but I don't think there's enough for like someone full-time, maybe someone part-time or on a contract basis, like Terry was saying. That's certainly something we can explore, and that's going to have to continue to evolve. We're here, Chantal talked about all these opportunities coming, and really urging everyone to remain calm. Don't get overwhelmed, because I feel overwhelmed because I still don't understand all the opportunities and when the program details and the requirements are going to be established and divulged to the public. I think after the first of the year, things are going to become a little more clear, but without all that information, we don't know. And we won't know what we might be eligible for. We won't know what projects we have that we might want to achieve will be eligible for these funds. The general idea, until all that information becomes available. Just sit and wait. But I love where this conversation is going. Perhaps it's something to explore further. What else? You guys, I want like an elephant statue or anything? Like, what are we doing here?
I haven't thought about that one.
Yeah.
Do you want an elephant statue?
It took my dad 4 years of being here to get used to that cheetah on the river walk.
And he's used to it. I still joke.
I still jump. Rugged's like, Mom.
That's why he's there.
I remember the first time JT reached out to me about it.
Like, who the hell put that there?
I did.
On the edge.
I did.
No, I reached out to John because I was flying down the bike path.
No, I put it there.
I know, John.
You can just tell the story.
Yeah, but I knew nothing about it, and I just happened to be flying down the bike path and damn near died. I swear.
You and many other people. He's there.
I want just thousand.
Well, this isn't the only opportunity to pipe in and identify what you want to see discussed, but we'll move on.
Actually,
here.
wait,
Oh yeah.
No, never mind. I'll bring it up for you.
Oh, come on, you can't.
Go ahead.
No, because I'm not sure how to, yeah. Based on some recent executive sessions, do we have things associated with that in the budget?
Yeah, it's in
Yes.
there.
Well, not dollar amounts.
Not dogs, but as an idea.
It's in there for your
Okay.
discussion.
CIP.
Yeah.
Was a good way to phrase it.
That was a good way.
Yeah.
That's a really good way to phrase it.
So this-
Yeah, that's me, very diplomatic.
This is the financial overview of the general fund. These are simply informational as we go, but Pam, I'm gonna turn it over to you to start walking us through budget.
All right. Let's wait for Polly. That's okay. You got in late and I didn't tell you there's coffee, everyone, there's coffee, there's juice over there, there's fruit,
Thank you.
there's granola bars.
Potato chips.
Terry's potato chips, a big bag to make John happy. Like salted,
Gluten free.
that's
Awesome.
John's favorite.
And Pam got lunch from Eatery. Thank you, Pam.
I got the what?
Sandwiches from Eatery.
Oh, I didn't do that yet. I was gonna let everybody order what they wanted.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
Appreciate your assistance.
We'll have to send a cop over to pick it up though, but.
So which means we
If
have
there's
to-
a cop around.
Sandwich escort.
Alright. So I was just gonna really quickly go over the formatting of the budget. Sorry, those of you who have to hear this again, but. This is the same format that the town has used since, well, since I was here. This was put together years ago by our auditors, who are still the same auditing firm, by the way. So this also lays out exactly what Preston was talking about. It's in the charter. So we've got three funds. We've got the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund, and they are all independent funds. It's required by statute. They have to have their revenues and expenditures separated from each other, and they stand independently. And so we have those three funds in here, along with a budget for our general improvement district. Most of you probably don't know we have a general improvement district because it's inactive, but it was created for Ridgway, USA, when they paved their streets over there. And this money has been the remaining funds that has sat in there after they taxed themselves, the taxpayers over there taxed themselves. And it's just available for ongoing maintenance until it's gone. Right now, we've got 30,000 in there. It's been in there for a number of years. Joanne keeps hoping to do some projects over there that we just don't get to. So that is the next sheet after the sewer fund. And then there's some worksheets that are created for capital project funding. So in each capital project, I actually go in and create new line items for it so we can track it within the budget. It makes it much easier than lumping it into a fund, into one line item, into a fund balance. So that's what those are. One of the things you're going to see that probably has already popped out for you is why are there things in here that we aren't using, like space to create, capital project fund just reminded me of that. Whenever there's an amount that has been audited, then that line item has to stay in the budget. So you'll see a line item that may have nothing in it for 2 years and you're like, why she got that in there? It's because there's still money that was shown in the audited year. So that's why sometimes you'll see a line item that's empty, but still in the budget. So the way that the budget's laid out is our actual numbers from the prior year are audited numbers. So you just received your audit from the auditor at the last council meeting, and that was for 2021. So those numbers are in this budget, and they bring forward the fund balance from the prior year, so we know where to start the budget. So at the top of each of the funds, the general water and sewer is the beginning fund balance. Along with where the budget or the audit started, and then all the audited numbers. And then it goes down to a total on the general fund. It's easiest to follow because it's larger. The first page, it brings down to the total revenues for that period. And then it takes in the beginning fund balance to give us our available balance. So that's the line that says total available resources. That line in the end will go to the very end of the budget after the expenditures to bring us to our ending fund balance. So our available resources minus expenditures are going to give us our ending fund balance. So within the general fund, there's different areas. There's admin services, which is again broken down by other subsections. Every area of the budget has personnel. Most of these categories: personnel, professional services, admin, expenses. The general fund itself on the third page has an area called council initiatives. That's what Preston was referring to when other organizations make requests to council for funding. And council goes through those and reads those letters and decides where that funding should land for the year. The next one after admin is streets. Pretty obvious what that one's for. Parks and facilities is the next. That includes parks and the community center and now has space to create in it. Also, a couple of years ago, I added the broadband building into there. That was something that came out of that broad project. And then law enforcement. And then that takes us to our ending page. I want to go through the general fund just to explain it so that you can see this, because it hasn't been popping up in water and sewer. On page 7 of the general fund, after the expenditures, you'll see transfer capital project. Those numbers are coming from the sheets that I explained that I create in the back of the budget for each capital project. So within those projects, not always, but sometimes there's town funding, and that dollar amount comes up into the page and is subtracted from the total expenditures to bring us to our ending fund balance. So this sheet, the capital project fund sheets, are really just for us to work with and to see these projects, which are usually multi-year projects and sometimes more than the 3 years on this sheet. And sometimes that creates a problem when you're looking at the budget without seeing the total picture, because they can go multi-year. But we'll always put in there what our projection is that the town will spend on each project. Having said that, with Lena Street, when we did the budget last year, council set aside money the prior year and last year for Lena Street paving, but we didn't know when the project was going to happen. And it happened mid-year. So I created a sheet that is the last capital project sheet in here. And when you look at it, you'll see that I put on here created mid-year. And that was just because I added it to the budget without it being part of the adopted budget. So this number, as it relates to page 7 under that capital project, the 225,000 that was put in there was something that council had actually set aside that will end up washing in this project, which we're hoping will be done this year.
That amount was set up not during 2021, but in previous to that year.
There was an amount in the previous year, correct? And you're not seeing it in the audited numbers because the auditors only pick up things if they're expended, which makes tracking, but yes. So that's how it lays out and lays out within each fund. Water and sewer obviously are smaller than the general fund. Revenues and expenditures on sewer are all on one page. Does anyone have any questions about how the budget itself works? Okay, great.
Pam, that was great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I explained this at the last meeting. Anything that's yellowed is for me. It's not to highlight it for your attention so much. It's just that I have to remember that these are numbers I need to go back to and check. So that's why they're yellow. The general fund revenues really are, there's not anything new per se here. I can go through, I think I will go through the taxes at least, and then if you have any questions about other revenues, we can hit those. But the revenues start out with taxes. The town has its property tax, which is where we set our mill levy. And then we have a property tax on our bond repayment that was done through the ramp bond. And that's a little hard to explain because of the way that it was approved by the voters and then council took a subsequent action to change how the town would contribute to that. So the calculation is based on the overall budget, and last year we didn't take any tax money on that bond repayment. The town paid all that. The next is just a penalty and interest on property taxes. That money actually comes to us along with property tax from the county treasurer. And then the same with the delinquent property tax. Sales tax numbers, the town self collects sales tax. So not every jurisdiction does that. But as home rule, we have the right to do that. And so the state does not collect on our behalf. We collect our own sales tax. We actually now use a company to do that. We've been using them for a few years, which has been huge relief on staff because we've just grown so much as far as tax collection. Along with the state changing tax laws this last year and bringing in even more revenue to the state by cleaning up a lot of laws that affect merchants that operate outside of our state. So that luckily the system we're using ties right into that. So we use a program called MuniRevs. Our next line item is sales tax for food for home consumption. The reason we call that out is there was a voter initiative at one time that established that tax, and it said that those monies have to be used for specific things. And those were at that time laid out like parks, beautification. At that time, it was really focused on improving Hartwell Park. We don't really have to look too much anymore at that number in relation to making sure we're spending it just for that because our park fund is so large now. Didn't used to be.
But wasn't that particular tax, when it was created, it was set up so that, excuse me, some municipalities could opt out and not even collect it?
Yes,
So
yes. And what also happened is the town had adopted that, or again, it was done by a vote of the people. And when I got here, that we were not self-collecting, the state was collecting, and I found that the state had not been collecting that tax. I think you were on planning commission then.
there was a
So we had to go back to a vote of the people to reinstate it.
Right. That was
And
around the same time where the state was actually remitting some of our sales tax to you.
so you're right. Yeah. So for years, I found it like I was like, it was a mess. And your rate didn't want to pay it all back, but I can't blame them. So the second time that was written, it was rewritten different than the first time, but similar to that. Again, it's to go to parks. So then the town created a capital improvement tax. And that capital improvement tax is on sales tax. So we break it out, capital improvement on sales tax, and then we have capital improvement on the food for home consumption because they're two separate taxes. So that's the next two line items. We've got a penalty and interest on sales and lodging tax. Then we have the lodging tax line item, which includes, of course, the short-term rentals. We have specific ownership tax, which comes to us through other sources. We get taxes from county and state both. The town does not receive any federal funding. And then we get a utility franchise tax. And then there's our town tax, the excise development tax. Then intergovernmental taxes, in here again, state and local, highway user, motor vehicle, cigarette, conservation trust fund is the lottery funds. Road and bridge apportionment, you talk about that with the county, it comes through your IGA. And mineral lease and severance taxes is a tax that was discussed the other night. Chantel brought it up, that it's turns out to be a surprise tax. We never know what it's going to come in at, but look what happened with it. I didn't know what to put in there because no one knew. So I just thought, I'm just going to put 20. I should have, I actually thought about putting 0 last year, but we got $93,000 this year in that tax. And that's what she was referring to, that I think she called it a windfall. But yeah, so yeah, that's a number that's all over the place. Then we have our local licenses, permits, and fees. And then we have reimbursable fees that come to the town because there are certain things that we charge back to our users. That falls in there along with the mosquito control reimbursement that the county pays us for. And then there's miscellaneous items in there. So that's how our revenues lay out within the general fund. Does anyone have any questions on anything in there?
Quick question on the utility franchise tax. And at least from S&P, is that just from the electric utility, or is it gas as well?
Yes. Mhm.
Gas, is that?
We have franchise actually with SMPA, the gas and refuse, but they don't pay a tax. But we do have 3 franchise agreements.
Is
that
that
one of their networks? The what? Fiber?
Do we have a franchise
Not a
agreement?
franchise agreement, we have a IRU agreement.
Oh, right. And the access to the telephone poles in the alleys for the wires.
That's right.
And I thought that was sort of.
Is that
I don't
earmarked
believe it is.
for anything specific, or is it just going to general fund?
Everything on here goes directly into the general fund. So the only thing in here on the revenues that is a wash is the refuse collection fees, 425 GU. Though the town doesn't collect any money on refuse collection. It's a complete pass through to our contractor Bruin. So that line will always, you'll see it in the expenditures being exactly the same amount. The other thing right now, the way the town council has it set up is lodging tax, 407 GU is a percentage of that goes to contractor for marketing, and that right now is the Chamber of Commerce, and that's in another line item in the expenditures. So all these funds that come in go directly into the general fund and are used within the general fund.
And a quick administrative thing, I was trying to highlight something. I think I highlighted a whole bunch of stuff. Is this an open file I'm using? Does everybody see that?
No.
I was just working on one copy.
Well, it depends. Are you working on the Dropbox version or you down?
I was, so I'm not sure if I'm screwing.
What the
them up.
Dropbox version? PDF.
I can't seem to undo it.
Are you annotating a PDF? It's all PDFs.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
He wouldn't be able to access our file.
No.
Okay.
We just have a PDF.
Okay, good.
But he could be annotating the Dropbox copy, but I'm not sure that's an issue. What I usually do is download the packet from Dropbox, so any edits I
Yeah,
make.
I do on other devices, but I just pulled it up on computers. I may be annotating the Dropbox version because it says a bunch of comments over on the right. It says, I did this and I did that. And uh-oh.
I don't,
You're good.
you're not causing
As
any.
long as you're not in the original copy.
Yeah. Increase rest salary.
Yeah.
The mineral leases, what would just be a quick example of what would generate $93,000?
It's gas and oil in the state. And
Oh, okay.
State
Mhm.
fund, state.
so there's a percentage that we get based on what happens within the county. Like the county gets a large share of that, we get a small percentage of that because it's based on where those workers are being housed. And most of them, when the mine was open, were living in Ridgway, excuse me, within the incorporated county. So we get a small amount for that. And I think the county is the one that does that report to the state that determines how many of those miners were living in our town. But the rest of it is, yeah, it's gas and oil.
It's kind of
Taxes.
spread amongst the whole state.
It's really.
At a percentage base, Preston might know this better than me, percentage based on what we have within our jurisdiction or our county.
I think it's a formula like that.
Yeah. I think areas that have actual oil and gas leasing in their counties, they get like
Yeah.
millions
Well, 'cause I'm just-
and millions from this.
Like, they also give it to schools, and like Rangeley School District took in like $100,000 and Uray and Ridgway got checks for like $250 and $500.
It's also really hard to calculate or even come up with any estimation per annum. So like in Delta County, when the mines were all active, even on some of their biggest production years, the numbers that we were getting in were actually dependent on previous years, previous state, national and international markets. And then there's a hedge. Sometimes they produce and then store. So it's a huge dollar amount in the state, but you can't calculate it in a given year. Unless you know the previous like 10 years and what they put away.
But like,
And then when it gets released is up to the Oil and Land Conservation Board that supports within the governor's office. And it was a hard thing in Delta County, which was a very poor county, but everybody would be fighting over that, but it was all speculation. And a lot of times it was ended up being two bald men fighting over a cone because there was nothing there.
but it's like all over the board. Like, we actually ended up getting more than Uray. Like in this last.
The city, you mean?
The city.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well, I mean, not much more, but it was.
So
And I mean, look at the 2021 actual $1,700. And the year prior to that, it was zero. So
Does that have something to coincide with what Chantal was talking about? Like when she used Garfield and Swatch as an example, Swatch now getting more money and say Garfield getting less. Is that-
well, that was based upon that new.
yeah, that was the
Equity.
new,
The equity piece.
Yeah.
Based upon deficiencies instead of demonstrated abilities.
The reason I brought up the utility franchise tax is, from my experience at SCPA, other municipalities earmark that money for a specific use. And many of them do what we do, which is put it in the general fund. So I'm not sure that that's something that you want to consider doing. I mean, it's probably been in the general fund ever since it was adopted. But I know, for example, town of Mount Village, maybe Telluride, I can't remember which, earmark it for specific purposes. So it comes in, it goes out. In their case, it's for local renewables and things of that nature.
I feel like
You choose whatever you want to use it for.
I feel like we don't have a good process for doing that. Like, when I look at this budget and I'm thinking like, this is for this. Like the parks example is great. Like, yeah, it's kind of a wash because our parks budget is so much more than that tax for home consumption. So we do it by default. I don't know. I feel like when I look at this budget and think about budgeting, I'm not sure how I would see a line connecting. We're earmarking this for X. Without that, just, that means we don't spend it out of the general fund, which we didn't really add to the funds in whatever line item that we would have done for the general fund naturally. Like, we just kind of treat it all the same anyway. Does that make sense? Like, we do spend the money for the purpose we say we're going to, but we don't necessarily allocate funds from the general fund as if the specific tax didn't exist.
But we do have some line items that do
Yeah,
that.
they do, but like, it's
And they
not,
don't like
you, it's in
say,
your head.
yeah, exactly. They don't say like, this is A and this is B.
Yeah,
Last year I created a new line item called, grants passed through to other agencies because we started having those. And those monies actually are in the line item grants general 415 VU.
right.
And they're directly coming out of that and being moved out through that other line item, but you wouldn't see that because of the way that the budget's laid out with the revenues and then the expenditures.
And the grants are a little, especially pass-through grants are a little bit different, right? If we went to the voters and they said, hey, we're gonna use this for affordable housing, seeing some tax get moved directly to that is less easy to see. That's all I'm saying. Like, we could say we're earmarking things at this
And
point.
you could do that. You could say, okay, we want utility franchise tax this year to go to affordable housing. And so we're projecting it at 35. That's what it's at, right? Or no, 35 this year. Then we could put that into the affordable housing line item.
Right. That makes, I get that.
But you could also put 50,000 in the affordable housing line
Right,
item,
that's
so-
the.
and say 35 of it came from that.
Right, that's what I'm saying is when I look at this, like, there's no clear way that it's 35 plus 50. It's, you know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
not a.
I mean, it would be noted.
It'd be noted, and you explained it really well. You can informally devote this stuff through these conversations to certain purposes, but if you wanted to add the formality, Terry, that's certainly y'all's prerogative to collectively direct that. I of the belief you might not need to, but I believe you should go to the voters to depict exactly what you want those intended revenues to go towards specifically. But yeah, there's a process for
I'm
that.
not specifically suggesting it, I'm just giving you precedent from other communities that some of them actually take that tax and specifically earmark for a particular purpose.
Yep.
Because in the case of the electric utility franchise fee, it's collected by San Miguel Power and turned over directly. And it's in exchange for utility getting easements in the town for their underground lines. So that was the reason it was put in place. So it could be earmarked for other electric use purposes and all kinds of things you can earmark for affordable housing. So I'm not making this a proposition, I'm just explaining that other communities do earmark that tax for something specific.
Yeah, I guess on that note too, we could point out special events, festivals, concerts, line item. We could say in essence that helps to offset the cost of that event. I mean, I look at it that way when I track it, but because I'm tracking the event itself, but yeah, if council's more than welcome to do those types of things, they would be things that would be tracked internally, and it doesn't mean that the following year you would maybe not choose to do the same thing, or that if you chose something and said we want it to be done this way, and then another council may come along and change that too. But yeah, we could have that discussion if you wanted to do that. We could just pop to other revenues or just stay within the fund. I was thinking when we were talking about that, made me think of water, but I think it's probably easier just to stay in the general fund. Does anyone have any more questions on revenue?
Yeah, should we, since we're on the topic of revenue, should we talk about sales tax?
Yeah, and I was gonna go into the whole overall stating on this that there's not anything on here that's really changed per se. That number for grants general is huge because of that $750,000 grant that's coming in as a pass through to Telluride Foundation. So that's why that number is so large, but everything else in here is pretty much in line with where we've been. We are choosing to project sales tax at where we started this year. What I'm estimating for the end of the year is higher than what we budgeted this year. But Preston and I feel like, again, being conservative in our budgeting process, that's the number that we're putting out there that for council to discuss.
We've always done that historically. It's a huge dividends to be conservative. I don't think there's any reason to change course now, especially given the kind of related economic situation. So it's smart. Can I raise a point about licenses, permits, and fees? I know there's going to be a effort coming forward to institute a license for our entities that sell tobacco products. There's somebody may know Carolyn Dressler, the retired doctor in the community that's been involved in tobacco cessation efforts for her entire career, and she's working with some national groups to try and reduce the incidence of tobacco use in our youth. And one of the strategies is to get communities to institute a license for stores that sell tobacco products and actually give it a really high fee and make it so that once an entity stops, decides to give up their license, it can't be renewed or given to another entity. So slowly weed out the entities that sell tobacco in town. I just want you guys to be aware of that. That's going to be coming forward.
So she's going to propose to put that on our ballot.
In some form, yes. I mean, I just want you to know that
Okay.
she's really going to know about this, and personally, I'm generally supportive. I haven't seen the details yet, but I just wanted you guys to be aware. I'm not sure how it's going
It would be a voter initiative, or unless she came to council and council chose to put it on the ballot.
Would have to
Council
go.
would choose that.
I imagine that it would include a standalone tobacco tax too. We talked about this a couple of years ago at
Right.
the T21 initiative.
Yep.
And when I was with Avon, we had just been on the heels of getting the local tobacco tax approved by the voters and the licensing program in place. And that was interesting for sure, but I think it's going well. So I think that's what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Basically, yep. Just wanted to be aware.
Okay, so again, expenditures go in the areas that we talked about within the general fund, administrative services, streets and maintenance, parks, law enforcement. And each of those funds or sub-funds within the general fund cover the same things. The first thing in admin is the personnel. Everything within it is in relation to personnel costs. Then there's professional services. This is all the consulting and contractual services that we have. Then administrative, it's our insurance and other items related to admin, including the council and planning commission fall underneath there. Then there's our office expenses, phones and copy machines and ongoing normal costs. Then there's a line item called community and economic development. Within that one is tourism promotion, which is currently I said the 70% that's being allocated to marketing from the chamber. A community outreach line item, the Creative Main Street program, an economic development line item, which is a miscellaneous line item really now. It used to be used for something different. There's affordable housing in there. The events and festivals, that's where the new line item for grants pass through lives. The broadband program and the newest line item, which is the regional transportation service. Any questions on the general fund?
Kristen, did you get a chance to, we chatted about it a month or so ago, to review the history of the council, mayor, and mayoral compensation? Did you ever get a chance to look at that?
Yeah, we had Deb did some, or maybe it was you, Pam, Deb. I think it was Deb actually.
Yeah, Deb did the
About the
research.
numbers and kind of the timeline about how that's evolved. John might recall off the top of his head, but I can go get that worksheet.
Well, I know, that's what you want to know how it,
Well, in light of inflation and everything else, I was just curious to see how that's evolved when that was changed.
the last time it was done.
Right before I got it.
Yeah, so council can do that, but it will not affect the current council.
Right.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, council can choose to do that at any time, but it will not affect current council. It would be those that come in are elected after. Yeah,
Elected or re-elected.
correct, because you're elected. You're
Yeah.
never re-elected. You're always elected.
And just, so you know, that, there have been numerous discussions over the years about the kind of classic debate about compensation, whether we should actually really seriously increase the compensation to incentivize involvement from, like, I think the thinking is usually incentivize younger people who don't necessarily have the free time of some of us older folks who might be retired or whatnot. The debate is always, you know, do we want to make it something that pays well enough that people are actually running because they get paid well? Or do we want to keep it to where it's mostly we're asking people to be incentivized by just being involved in the community and doing some good public service? So we,
Well, for speaking on my own situation, when I first ran for this position, I didn't even know the things, so I thought it was strictly relative. But part of the reason brought it up is that I think you had mentioned a oral compensation may have been altered at a different schedule than council.
No.
Same.
No.
it's just the mayor gets a little bit more.
Right, because I was thinking you need more than that for the amount of time. So it's just something that we had chatted about.
Again, I can pull the numbers that Deb got, but you know, if you all want to further that conversation, certainly do that. And then that fee schedule, I'll call it, I don't think that's the right word, but
I think
The stipend.
the stipend amount.
Theory that actual numbers are up to that.
And what's that?
I was just interrupting. I was just gonna say, I think that conversation is based more on you know, rather than actual numbers. And so I don't think there's any need to.
So at the same time, I think if the council feels like there's a reason to bump it with inflation and whatnot, we can have that discussion. It's always interesting to me when I go to CML and stuff like that. You know, cities and towns of all sizes in the state, most of them operate on a similar basis, where as opposed to county commissioners who get a real salary, it's on a full-time job. Most cities and towns don't give more than a small stipend. Some don't give any. So, but yeah, if there's consensus that we want to look at that and potentially do another increase, I don't personally feel the need, but I'm open to it.
Well, the idea that it might be a motivation for others to participate, they never even considered that.
I've never had one person ever ask me in all these years how much they're gonna get paid for running for council. Never. Most people go, oh, really? There's a stipend? I didn't know I was gonna get paid.
I mean, just the burger today from Eatery is a 10% increase in our salary.
There you go.
And how about the wellness program? That's a huge thing.
Well, the wellness program is you know, almost as massive because it gets allotted to a specific purpose. Like, thank you for paying for most of my Epic Pass this year, you know?
You're all aware of that, right?
No, what?
Touch me, well.
I think you're $700 a year.
You get a $700 amount to put towards something that you
Oh, I
consider
did. What's the year spent?
wellness.
Running shoes. I've done running shoes. I've done race injuries. I've done scoops.
No kidding.
You can put it towards,
Membership off.
almost.
Make sure I'm aware.
Okay, so I don't know how, okay, wait, look, everybody, I don't know how that.
Oh, yeah, I have fun.
I don't know how that fell through the
I
cracks.
died.
I don't know how that fell through the cracks for those of you who are new, but especially Terry and Kevin, that knew, but anyways, there's a wellness program that the council approves every year through the budget. That is set up for staff and council. And it's used for specific items that are related to, there's a federal, I
I don't know.
won't remember. There's a federal program that delineates how, what kind of costs can be incurred for wellness, and that's what we adopted. And it's things like
So no pass.
recreation things, anything related recreation, massage, things that, help stress relief.
A walker. I had to buy-
That's exactly, so to get to a council meeting, the walker that you need, yes, that would be covered.
When you got it.
Yeah, so yes, the funds are allocated annually. Okay, so you begin use of your funds in January and it ends on December 31st. You cannot carry it over. Because the council has members that change mid-year, I always budget for the fact that there may be new members. So I would budget 7 council members, and then this year it was 4 extra, but in next year there's 2. So I allocate funds based on that. So yeah, it's staff and council. And
What's the procedure?
when you make an expense, you bring your receipt in and we'll do the paperwork and then we reimburse you.
Does Jeff still handle that?
It would come to Preston or I.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've always sent mine to Josh. She must have to chase you down.
Well,
Yeah.
and there's
Well, it has to-
policy, and as Pam was explaining, it's very general, related to health and wellness, and you'll see the type of equipment or expenditures that are applicable.
Yeah, I can give you.
During
I
this-
request you email us the form and the policy so that we can
Yeah,
look at it, especially since the clock running out for the year.
I'm sorry, you two.
I wasn't aware of that.
I feel like I mentioned it earlier during budget. Like I said,
Well, I remember coming up during budget last year, we're like, do you want to keep doing that? And I'm like,
I'll send it out.
I was.
okay, we were saying.
so I remember, Jen, when we were like doing our orientation.
Right.
That's what I remember.
Based how unwell you guys look, you can have it.
So, and you can't do that. You can't give it to someone else, and you can't
Can't go back 3 years.
You can't use your expenditure for someone else. That's me for you. But I will send council everything on that program. So,
Like
yeah,
conference
you'll get an email.
That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, I've done running shoes, I've done race fees, the ski pass this year.
Hunting and fishing licenses, things like that.
No.
That's no idea. It's just getting better every day.
Sorry, sorry.
But anyway,
What about-
before we,
I think we probably talked about it, but I don't have a vast budget sort of background. And so a lot of times when we sit like this, I'm kind of trying to soak in anything and I might have just glazed right over it. So, it's absolutely on me. I'm upset.
So Kevin's going to REI.
I would get Danny.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, and Kevin, are you saying you sit at this meeting glazed over? Okay. I think.
Yeah. I'm continually learning.
Comes up.
I assume town staff does take advantage of this mostly, we really well received.
Yes.
Very
Awesome,
well
so then there's that, perfect.
Everybody.
I was,
Yeah, and but when you can give them to Jess, but they have to be approved by Preston or I.
as far as back to Terry's original question about making sure that we consider inflation when we consider moving up council compensation. I don't feel a massive need to increase that, but I think it's really important, and I voiced this in the middle of COVID when we had multiple elected officials saying, well, I'll forego my salary or my stipend at this point. I think it's really important to consider that for some people, it's really helpful to get a check quarterly.
It's like finding money in your wallet. all of a sudden.
Sorry.
You okay?
I'm choked up.
But yeah, like worth considering scaling it, period.
Did you guys, by the way, it's sidebar, did you get a tax return from the state?
Yeah. Every
I didn't trust it. I just can't be real.
$750. It's the Tabor refund.
Yeah. Was it taxed? Mine wasn't $750. Maybe it has to do with my, what I owe.
I have no idea. Should.
Did you just get it?
I got it yesterday. I deposited it yesterday. Just to make
I got
it
mine.
real.
Yeah, I got ours a few months ago.
Yeah. No. Maybe because I just.
They've been accelerating all those paybacks for ahead of the midterms.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense. Mine was only $685. I was like, what is the tax that?
Yeah, it's because that dog you have.
Yeah.
We're gonna deduct for the dog.
So I'm gonna put in his food.
Is there any more questions on that first page? Okay, so on the page 3 of the general fund, again, we go into vehicle expense, which is minimal because that's just the building inspector's truck. There's where the ramp bond payment, that repayment on that is contained right there. And then there's your council initiatives. And I know we're not going to go over those today, but I just wanted to point out there's a few that are in there that are new. And I highlighted the home trust of Uray County because I didn't know if the council actually wants to leave it in there as a council initiative or work it into your affordable housing line items. So, and I know that was brought up the other night by one of the county commissioners, I think at that workshop meeting, I can't remember which meeting it was anymore, but that the county's involved in that, in funding them also. So that's why that's there. I just didn't want to assume that that's where that should live in the budget.
I would, if it's gonna be a recurrent is it a council initiative anymore? Or is it like,
Sorry, we're talking about the home trust.
yeah,
Yeah, I just
think
wanted
that
to
should
point
go-
it out.
I
That's,
think that should go under.
you think what?
It should go under.
I agree.
Okay, and so did I, but I didn't know, so that's why it's there. So,
That was the responsible thing.
yeah.
That's
I guess we could, well, we can talk about that now if you want, because, or come back to it, because you do have a line item for affordable housing. And I just put in there the same amount that we started with this year, but you may want to increase that. We can also just add that amount, whatever you want. So anyways, that's right there. We can come back to it if you want, or hit it now.
Where is the?
Affordable housing is line item number 535GOO. It's on page 2 of the general fund.
I mean, what's easier for you, Pam? Do you want to discuss it now, or do you want us, I mean, we'll do whatever works for you.
What are you thinking, Preston? Do you want to go over line items right now, or you want me to just go through the budget?
I'm indifferent.
I would,
I mean, we might as well do it
I kind
now.
of.
So if that's why I'm
go through.
hoping if you see things that you just, jump in and go, hey, that number looks weird or whatever.
Okay, well, then in this case, I'm with John. I think that 20,000 for the home trust needs to get added to the affordable housing line item, whereas this is,
So it's added, not part of.
yeah. No, this is, we've got the 35 now, and then that 20,000, that's 55. Yeah, exactly. And potentially well, and that's a separate discussion, I think. I agree.
I didn't catch that last part. What was it?
Oh, I mumbled. I said, should that number be higher?
The 35 that was already in affordable housing, yes, that number should be higher.
Okay, so what would you like that number to be?
50.
Yes, so there should be,
Well, right now it's
75.
75.
Well, yeah.
There should be
At
17
50,
total.
It should be 70.
So you want 70,000? Oh,
70, let's go 75. No, I think, but I think the thing is, and this council has said, and we have repeatedly said, Housing is a challenge we're gonna face, and we're going to have requests, and we are going to want to support efforts to bring affordable housing to this community.
Sure, but we.
And what's gonna happen is we're gonna wind up looking for money in the budget anyway to fund those opportunities. So let's do the responsible thing now.
Right now,
75 in.
say we go to 75-20 for the housing trust, we only identify expense.
Well, didn't we already, is the what, Wetterhorn?
Weather's Wetterhorn, right.
Sorry,
So
We haven't made any, sorry,
it's
to interrupt, but we haven't made any direct contributions out of the town's coffers for water homes, but.
except
But what was in that?
Well,
Tap to be-
except for the tap,
Except for water. and
Tap
sewer.
fees.
That's different, that's a waiver essentially.
Well, but we had said we would consider a combination of waiving and covering that. We weren't sure if we wanted to waive all of it, which when we get to the water sewer fund is gonna also be part of that conversation. How much, what percentage do we feel like we can waive versus paying for?
It's a great point.
And that was gonna be my next question, is by just putting this into the affordable housing category, how does that work when it overlaps into these other, into the water and sewer funds? Because if we're waiving, we're looking at, like, in that case, $160,000.
Transfer money from, if we felt like. I would say that 75, I would like that to be considered separate of the Wetterhorn project. If we're gonna talk about that money you're paying for that. I think we know that's coming. I'm envisioning this $55,000 because the 20 is already allotted to the home trust. This is for the stuff we don't
Even though.
know we're gonna be asked.
The unknowns, as he was talking about.
I think JT, you're asking something different.
So
You're
we could-
asking
what I was,
about the water.
he was saying, we could take some of that $55,000 if something, we got asked for more tap fees next year and we didn't just want to waive them. We could then transfer money to our water fund. The general fund is paying the water
And
fund.
that's what we did for the.
Habitat.
That's exactly right.
I was asking it out of the first question of the administrative part of it. Do we put,
Yep, we just,
you know, in terms of, what was it?
We can
The
pay
line
our
item.
own.
It was the URA County, the home trust question about being put under affordable housing and as line item, right?
No, not,
Isn't that-
as of what they're saying is just go ahead. There's pretty much telling me, go ahead and pay it next year and pay it out of that line item. That's what I'm hearing. So, yeah.
And then the bigger conversation that just snowballed is, do we set an annual budget of what we have available when we get these requests for affordable housing?
but also knowing now that, which we didn't when we did the Habitat project, at that time, our understanding was we had to transfer money from the general fund to the water and sewer.
It
fund to
wasn't
pay for
fair.
tap fees.
We were, that's what I was gonna raise, is that historically, we were always told, and I don't even know where it came from, but that because water and sewer tap fees are part of these enterprises,
Yeah, self-sustaining enterprise
That-
funds.
that we can't just waive them and not reimburse those funds for those costs. And under, I think it was Wareham, or was it? Home
We
Trust?
learned, yep.
Weehawken, is that what's called? Whatever, anyway,
Rural homes initiative.
that, Bo told us that we don't actually have to. do that.
And-
That's the first time I
So
heard
it
it.
was Kappa that said that. It was Kappa. We
So-
always followed that.
Yeah.
Kappa was our
Right.
John
county
Kappa
attorney
was the first
forever.
For like 50 years.
But so our discussion, and that's why I'm saying we need to put it off to the water and sewer fund discussion is, what I remember is we said we were probably going to waive some percentage of it and also look for ways to pay and offset some percentage of it. So if we decide to pay and offset that, I would like to see that not be part of the $55,000 that we're talking about,
Come from us.
because we already know that that's an expense we're gonna be asked. So we need to think about looking at those funds, how much we feel like we can waive versus offset.
And of course, the elephant statue in the room is just how much money there is out there for workforce and affordable housing right now. And you just look at what the county has committed in the way of hundreds of thousands of dollars coming out of their ARPA funds. So I mean, this is it's a big picture thing that we need to, yes, we need to have that line item in the budget be as big as we can afford, but there's going to be a lot of other sources for that money.
And then just as a reminder related to Wetterhorn, a commitment was expressed via the development agreement to the council would entertain future waiver requests related to building permit fees, development excise tax, other items. So you'll,
Plan review, these things like that. Yeah.
yes, so be prepared for that here soon.
And yeah, and I didn't put any of those numbers in the budget because I felt the council probably was gonna do that. So I did not put those into
Do we
2023.
in any way advertise, not the right word, but make it known to the public that the town is committing these expenses or waivers for the affordable housing? Because, you know, I remember during the last election, affordable housing was on everybody's agenda. That's what they were running, but I've never really seen town make hay out of the efforts that we put in.
That's an interesting question because I think it points to a bigger issue that I hear more and more these days is why aren't we, I mean, Dana Ivers brought it up, why aren't we doing more outreach about what we're doing for climate change, what we're doing for affordable housing? Why aren't we marketing our efforts? And it's, to me, it's because strangely, municipalities don't do marketing.
Well, I think
It's not our job, but I do think there's something to be said for making some effort to publicize the things.
Especially since it's a topic on everybody's mind. Yeah.
Well, because it takes staff time to put that together. Like, because in
To hire a marketer.
the like ideal world, you have at the end of the year, this is what we did on affordable housing, and this was what, here's like a one pager, right? Here's our infographic on what we did on parks. Like, in a world where that doesn't take human hours to accomplish, that would be great. But as my boss also put it to me yesterday, like, you're always going to have a communication problem. You can communicate in 10,000 different ways.
Now,
And people aren't gonna hear it.
not everybody.
Well, and Preston does a monthly manager's report that goes onto the website.
Yeah, but
Those-
I don't know that I really say, oh, did you know the council did this? Like, I get what you're saying.
I think it's our social accounts. We have Facebook accounts, we have Instagram accounts, maybe not for town specifically, but we do for views. And I think, I mean,
Yeah,
these
what-
days, social media is.
Recently, the forum that comes to mind is what Ridgway County is putting out their social media newsletter. I think that's what they call it, kind of trumpeting some of the.
Oh, yeah, they use their Instagram account to discuss recent priorities.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's a place where, because it's it's a little bit of time, but fairly low cost. If the municipalities and the county could partner with the Home Trust, or the Home Trust could maybe work on highlighting some of our affordable housing efforts in the county. Kind of strengthening that partnership as we're paying in, because that's the part where if you're paying an executive director and you have these grant writers and that's your focus, we should maybe discuss kind of how do we partner and make sure our community knows
Maybe
larger
maybe
efforts.
increasing the budget specific to that task.
Well, I know but that's a larger discussion. I'm saying though, it just is it's a big ask, and some people are on Facebook, some people are on Instagram, some people read the newspaper, some people don't, some people think they read the newspaper, but they don't process it. Like, there's just so many outlets that we can chase.
Even if you put it in one medium format, at least you have something to point to in the question asked.
Well, that's what if we had a one teacher that could go out.
Always trying to get away.
What if we did something with the Chamber of Commerce?
That's right.
They have been wanting to, promote, they're trying to do all the tourism stuff.
I feel like it would be great to not just request, but almost task.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we get them.
They're a
so much of their
bigger-
budget, like, we tell them what.
Yeah, well, I think the chamber is a larger discussion on what's the value and what do our businesses feel like they're getting value. I think there's a whole discussion to be had there,
But while
which is larger.
we are in the current arrangement that we are with the chamber, I think it's completely acceptable that we strongly ask them to maybe promote the town's positive vibes,
Like-
not be able to regulate it.
Not just dark sky, but like, let's talk about the idle-free Ridgway. Let's talk about all the taxes or the fees we're waiving to promote this amazing community that we live in, like.
The coordinated social media. And I don't get into the paper and stuff. It's just, things are out of control these days with how many different places you could try and get your word out. But to me, it seems like social media is the biggest bang for the buck. And we could ask the chamber and Tanya to help us do that, and in return for the lodging tax reduce that get as part of their services.
Yeah, because
Ashley wants to promote this relationship. She wants it to work for all parties involved. So I think she would really be stoked to give her a short list of our accomplishments and let her.
Well, and we already kind of have a semi-short list because Preston gives us a summary on our progress on their strategic plan every year. So we already have, like, that's not duplicating it. Staff efforts.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. And coincidentally, Tara and I in the last 10 days started talking about upping social media presence, especially on Facebook, because if you're gonna have a Facebook, I'm a firm believer that you actually want to post to it on a regular basis or semi-regular basis. Instagram as well. Some of the other mediums, but Tara's working on I think what we're characterizing as an editorial calendar to do exactly what we're talking about here, highlight some of the initiatives, do a better job. Like just the other day, Tara worked with Shane to provide an update on Facebook about the state of the victim services program and how it's going to be transitioning to the county. And that received quite a bit of feedback and from specific individuals and a bunch of engagement. So that's just
We all got emails about today.
so I think we can certainly commit to making some more strides, but coincidentally, we're already trying to.
That's great.
I would just point out, sorry to interrupt, but Facebook is going down fast, and it's really no young people use Facebook anymore. They're all on Instagram and TikTok.
No, yeah, they're not even on
Yeah.
Instagram. They don't post on Instagram. They read things on Instagram.
Right.
They read Instagram.
But they read it. That's my point. Is that Instagram is going to be the bigger bang for the buck in terms of actually sharing stories about what we're doing. Facebook, the cool thing is you can cross post and write one thing and it posts to both. But Facebook is not something that we should be considering at the top of the list. It should be.
I noticed that the Plain Dealer does a good job, not only covering issues routinely for us, but then they post some of his articles on Facebook. So sometimes I'll see on Facebook an article in the paper that I missed when I was reading. I go back. Right, Liz?
I have another thought when as we do that editorial calendar, make sure you push the signing up for emails from the town about the meetings, because the Facebook it's not the best way to make sure you get the notifications about official meetings, like referenced in this email, right? If you missed that post or the algorithm didn't feed you that post, you didn't know that there was a meeting that was properly noticed, and I saw it posted all over town, and I got that email that we were having a joint work session. So part of that is, hey, this is our social media, but here is an official channel to get all of the meeting notices so you don't miss them via the algorithm. Just making sure that periodically, it's twice a month, we just remind people that, hey, here's a way you get everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And we tried to put messages on the water bill each month, and lately we've been putting out actually like a number of times over the last several months, can't attend a council meeting, now the YouTube channel, you can watch it after the fact. So you can become engaged that way or understand what's going on that way. So yeah, there's a number of ways we can bolster the communication about what's going on, what's transpired to try to get people more engaged.
We need to go back to the days of a town crier and hire a town crier.
You're the perfect person for that, Terry.
We need a Ben Franklin. Yeah. Would it help, Preston, on with the town manager's report, having from the different committees, a single paragraph, some printed as a summation of what we've done with the committees?
Absolutely.
Because how does it, and I guess that begs the question, is like, does the town manager's report go out to the public as well?
Yep, it's made available to the public. It's meant for the public just as much as council. I don't know if you heard that, but it's meant for the public as much as it is for council. And so we try to push that out. We can certainly look to bolster that as well, but I
think that's
spend the
the-
month making notes on what needs to be communicated and I put it together. It's just my own way of communicating to
If
you.
you
all.
have like a highlight, like you actually, like,
That's what I
we
mean.
move forward, but like, I wouldn't want to see a paragraph from everybody every month, because then if it is like literally like, we did this. We waived X dollars in fees for 14 units of deed restricted housing, like. But like the public, if you're pushing it out, we're talking short, digestible, this was
Oh,
accomplished.
yeah, I'm talking bullet points. I'm not
Oh, I-
talking pieces.
But I'm saying like, even a bullet point from every committee, you're not getting any return on that.
Especially like, I would say that the average citizens like gets glazed over when it's like, oh, let's talk about the parks, trails and open spaces thing, like. This month, we talked about potentially doing a pickleball court.
Okay, so maybe then semi-annually on our links on our pages on the website, we just do that these are the primary tasks and goals of the years or something like that, so just people know
Yeah,
in one spot. I was just trying to find one
Yeah.
efficient place to have that there, because certainly people are glazed over even if you say town council.
I mean, and I hear where you're coming from and want to validate that, but you know, I think I would kind of, you know, I'm obviously interested in this stuff and like talking about the water stuff. I'm like, wow, this is inside my depth. And I feel like people can really get overwhelmed and there's too much information.
So what you're saying is we all need to develop our own sense of cult personality and really all be town criers.
It's
It's essentially what we got. Very well.
Yeah, I think, and we have this discussion every single year about communication and realizing we all know that council has a vision and staff does an amazing job at enacting that vision, and how do we make sure our community knows that? We have this discussion every single year, but John's right, there's so many avenues and places people get their information that it is incredibly difficult to capture attention long enough to communicate your accomplishments.
I have a great idea. We should get staff to do the stupid dances.
Oh, we're gonna start a TikTok?
Yes.
Wanda on TikTok. Moving on.
Wanda on TikTok, and they do the stupid dances and point to the thing that this month. I think
We would
press-
make
That would be
state
great.
headlines.
I'll just volunteer and advise council members to occasionally assist with this.
You're gonna choreograph? Yeah. Okay.
There to play.
And I nominate the hybrid narrator.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love it. All right,
Okay,
Scott.
bring it back, bring it back.
I'm very happy to hear that there's a coordinated push from Tara.
Yeah, well,
on social
yeah.
media presence, because I do believe that this should be handled in-house and internally. And not think about a chamber just because, you know, we have that as a resource for being pushed on that, but if Tara is working with this, then boy,
Yeah, she's starting to run with it. So
That's
yeah, thanks
awesome.
for that. And we can continue to work on
full
that.
support of that.
We need to kind of get back on track a little bit,
Sorry.
but I do want to say, this is my own personal opinion, and I might be opening a can of worms, but I've always felt for the last 10 years I've been on Twitter. Twitter is like a really good way. Maybe not for young people, maybe not for everybody, but that's the only social media. I have Instagram too. But I'm on Twitter all the time to get my news. Like embarrassing amount of time to like see what's going on in the world today. And I've always felt that that was worth exploring, but I know everyone has their own opinions.
I've got my
And-
power
and
Elon Musk.
Unfortunately, in the last few days, things have totally changed.
And yeah,
And we don't know how it's gonna
I
play
don't know how
out.
it's gonna play out, but I just would.
Yeah.
I would avoid
Yeah.
seeing a lot of value in Twitter.
If you feel like it could be simply incorporated into the social media strategy,
If it survives. I'm all
If
for
it survives.
If it survives.
And I think that's a big if.
I want to know what Russ thinks about it.
I
I want to know what Russ.
I was
thinks about
looking at
TikTok.
Russ because he's like me, I'm like, I don't even know what
Much.
it's like.
He wants it in San.
It's the little bird.
All right.
I did not
Anyway,
remember.
we good
Oh,
on
the word at the bottom of things? Oh, okay. I've never seen it.
Yes, that's where we were. Okay.
I don't know what an enneagram looks like. All right,
All right, so.
okay, ready?
Yep.
Okay, so the next page, page 4, streets and maintenance. Again, same subcategories, personnel, admin, operating. The only thing I would point out in here, and you're gonna see it throughout the other funds, is wages look a little different. And this particular fund, it's because Mike Jenkins has reduced the hours that he's working, and that's where his wages lie. But also I moved some different public works people around within different funds based on a conversation that Preston and I had. So it's not affecting anything other than you might look at the number and go, well, that doesn't look right. So, and you'll see that, like I said, throughout all the funds. So there's not any questions there. The next we go to parks. Parks contains the space to create community room. And I threw a number at that, which you're gonna, oh, shoot, I forgot to talk about this. I should have talked about the expenditure sheet. This sheet that was contained in your budget, I think it was just called expenditure memo or something like that. This memo of line items is something that I use internally and have always used internally for me to track what I put in the budget, and then the person who's doing the finances, I give that to this person so that they know where those things are when they're working with the finances and working with expenditures. But when Preston came on, he really liked this, so I've started to give this to the council. So it's not anything for you to other than to see what I have done and where I place money and why there's specific amounts in certain line items. But yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that. So just jumping back, and if
one
you've
last
looked
thing.
back at it.
Sorry to interrupt.
Uh-huh.
The expenditure list, it's, again, she mentioned it. I think it's hugely helpful, especially as it relates to capital projects and where they will end up
Right.
in the assigned line items within their respective funds, depending on what the project is. So
And in the capital projects sheets themselves, I put where the line item is, so they cross-reference. I guess if we jump back into this, the streets, there is some money placed in there for political boundary signs this year. That's new. But going back to that particular line item on the space to create meeting room, which is 778 P01, this memorandum breaks down what I've put in there. So there, I put in 85,000 for furnishings and AV equipment, 5,000 for cleaning, 8,500 for the annual lease payment, and 3,000 for utilities. Now, that's a wag because I don't know until we have a year, but that's what I've done. So that's where that number came from.
And we're also, there will be a revenues line associated with this once we set rental fees and schedules as well.
that'll be, well, it won't be associated with this specific.
Well, but just in general.
Yeah.
In general,
Yeah.
there will be funds incoming as a result of
yeah.
this space.
Mhm.
So on the space to create line item, I have in my PowerPoint, which will come up with something. I have a potential expenditure for that community room that I, for lack of a better bucket to assign it to, I would, suggest it might be a 5-year capital project. But based on availability of grant fund, maybe some accelerated or leverage near-term grants. I'll go into that later. I want to come back to that line item at some point. If we collectively decide it should be something that's should be attended to sooner rather than later, sooner rather than a 5-year. If that there is.
Yeah, I think it's a CIP discussion, so we'll come back to that if that's all right by you.
Yeah, and it is in there, so. So that's that dollar amount there. And
It's the item 3 in the Dropbox.
It's not in this packet. the main packet.
I'm sorry, what are you talking?
Expenditure, your sheet.
It should be in your packet. It just could be called expenditures memo.
It's number 3.
Expenditures list.
It's item number
It's in
3.
the Dropbox.
expenditures list.
Starts with O three.
In the Dropbox, but not in the main packet.
No, it's in the packet
Well,
today.
In the packet that's in Dropbox.
For today.
See it?
Law enforcement, some of those yellow items I get to remove now because we had the meeting the other night about victim advocate, because that was spread throughout that budget. One of the things that's in there and will come up during the 5-year capital discussion will be leasing a vehicle for the Marshals Department. I did put that in there into the budget.
And to elaborate on that, there's this really, I'm forgetting the name of the program, but it's still up and coming, but law enforcement agencies around the state have latched onto it and are utilizing the service whereby you're paying a premium of $7,000 for a brand new police vehicle, totally outfitted with everything you need. You can drive the absolute shit out of it for a whole year for only $7,000. Sorry, forgot the camera.
My mom said it only means dirt.
It's called unified leasing.
Unified leasing, counties using it, I don't know, at the city. of
Montrose is using it.
Montrose City and the county are using it, jurisdictions all up and down
How did it take us so long to discover?
It just
They
just
just
happened.
created it,
7,000.
7,000 a year, and then at the end of the year, you give the car back, and then you pay another 7,000 to get a brand new vehicle.
How does this?
Fully housing.
Yeah, we'll see how long they're able to do that, right? I
So
mean,
let's ride the train when we've got it. But
Yeah.
like,
Still in demolition.
do they have?
You get the car.
You know, we had a discussion because we bought an electric police vehicle. They said that, yeah, they can't pursue anyone.
And we just purchased in the last several months, a used Explorer that Jim is now driving. And you get what you get when you buy something used. And so there's a little key, some things to work out with that. But I think with this program, the new vehicle will be able to cycle through the vehicles we have, and we'll at least try it out. But that's the proposal. So unified leasing.
On
On
that, did you get your question in about the electric?
Yeah,
vehicles?
they didn't like the one that they had before.
I wouldn't say.
We've
they-
had
I-
the conversation numerous times. It's not, they didn't like it, that it is not equipped enough to get the speeds that they need for. I'm sorry, that's what they say.
There's a number of vehicles, because we're talking about the Fusion, and it's not, I think it's all-wheel drive, but it's just not, with the terrain and the grades we have, it's just very difficult, especially in the winter. You gotta go up to Vista Terrace, good luck in that Fusion, so,
Really?
yeah.
So I mean, and I have always, and I have said this repeatedly, we're gonna wind up going electric after bigger municipalities have, I fully understand that, like, Ridgway's-
There's programs right now. I was just on a webinar this week talking about electrification of our fleets, everything tractors, road graders, everything.
and there's always drawbacks. Like I just read an article about a school district in rural Maine, so cold environments that is using an all-electric large school bus. However, is it not great for field trips? Like great for what we've got it working for the route, but we have a problem because now we have this thing, but we need a second one because we can't put it on it with the distances you would go on a longer field trip. So there's always limitations. If we're not there yet, we're not there. That's why I asked, like United Leasing, maybe thinking like they may jump on an electric train sooner and then we only have it for a year, those. kind of things.
The Sniffles Energy Board via Eco Action Partners has an initiative I fortunately dumped to them, which is electric vehicle fleet conversion. They received funding. I don't think we signed up for it and got some of the things that town of Telluride, Mountain Village, San Miguel County, all looking at grant funding to study how to do a complete fleet conversion. We might want to, probably should sign up for that program just to get in on the leverage the information to accumulate.
And then also on the police bit, is evidence.com a new body cam data service for
Yes.
us? We're switching from whatever we had before, so the larger expenditure is getting set
Yeah,
up.
Preston could probably
Exactly right.
explain it better. It's to tie into the DA's office.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
every jurisdiction in the 7th Judicial District, it's a called body.com.
Evidence.com.
Utilizes evidence.com, which integrates as well with the DA's office. The service we use is still they use the service we use, and it's just kind of a pain.
Okay.
So we're
Is this a similar cost to the one we've been using?
It's actually less.
Okay,
less.
cool.
The upfront cost is obviously,
Yeah.
there's that, but reasonable.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
And
what it's gonna really do is it's gonna reduce their work time to transmit things to the DA's office. It just automatically is gonna go there. So in the end, it's gonna reduce costs, the staff will.
it's a time saver for staff.
I'm serious, and it comes with brand new body cams.
And I was talking to Shane at the dinner the other night, and he was saying that you can also, like in cases where there is a lot of evidence, you can link the body cam, the evidence, and all of the things in one centralized place. So if the DA does need, all those documents, it's just instead of going and finding each day and like assigning it, and that's a lot of time and a lot of manpower. Yeah, just.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Before we get to the end of the general fund, because I forgot to look at the memo, I forgot that I had marked off the events, which I budgeted at 118,000. And what I included in there does not include something that I highlighted on the memo. Gosh, it's you, which was, I had heard from a few of you about Love Your Valley Fest. So I put that into the memo, but I did not put it into the budget. And I did want to have the discussion with you. That is what council really would like me to pursue. So I have a history that I did on Love Your Valley. I have all the figures on the costs associated with Love Your Valley over the years, but just so you have a background on it, because I'm only doing this because I heard a couple of people ask about it. So I've been involved with the inception of Love Your Valley since it first started, because I was on the Valley Land Conservancy Board when we started it in 1994 as our fundraiser. And in Valley Land Conservancy went to Black Canyon Land Trust, and it was in 2008 that they didn't want the event anymore. So I took it. And in 2008, we had 8 brewers. Maybe the first Love Your Valley was 125, 150 locals. And then in 2019, which was the last Love Your Valley, we had 18 brewers and approximately 900 to 1,000 attendees. What happened during that time frame, though, is when I took that over in 2008, for those first few years, it was really local brewers. It was mostly Tom Hennessy, who would like bring me 6 kegs. It was in 2012 where I got lodging comped from Fox Canyon Lodge. The whole time I'd been getting Orvis passes for people. That was like the gift, right? And so then we started comping rooms in exchange for them being a sponsor of the concert series. And then I was able to bring in all those numbers. So I did work up a number based on if we have to provide the lodging. And that was in the memo, which was yeah, 88.5. And projected, and that, but that doesn't include buying glasses, because I've already bought the glasses. So the glasses, I already bought the glasses before COVID and before I lost Fox Canyon. And the glasses are about $2,200. So in a normal year, that cost would be increased by the glasses, so we would not be making any money on the event. But if council wants to have the event, that's why I put it
Has,
on there for discussion.
has Fest evolving into Barrel Fest? And I know it's a different season, it's now in the fall. Is it filling the role that this beer brewer, I mean, I know it's a different season, but where it is that larger festival in the park with tastings and all of those
I can
bits.
respond to that, having talked to a bunch of the brewers there and some other people this year. And the feeling is unanimous that Love Your Valley is something everyone loved as an opening to the season.
Yeah, no, I agree.
They pointed out that as far as the lodging thing goes, what they did, what Sue did is just give everybody like $150 housing stipend. And that way the local brewers got a little something who didn't need a motel room. Sue seemed to think that if the town didn't want to do it, maybe Sherman would take it on and do it, but that we should definitely bring it back because it's very popular. And we'll miss it. That's the basic thing.
That's the definite news I've heard as well. It's not.
Okay,
This,
that was my personal thought. I just thought I'd raise the question.
I think it's a nice.
It's a nice coquette.
Yeah.
I agree, but I'd also love further conversation about whether Perkin does fill the void in terms of the big drinking fest. What kind of iteration could Love Your Valley move toward? Is the whole brewery formula the right formula for the beginning?
I don't know, I just,
Okay, so past that. Whether the brewers, I did have brewers reach out to me and going, are you doing it again this year? But I've also heard from brewers that they get so hit up by requests now that they really have to be picky in what they choose to do. Because when we started this, nobody was doing it. We were like the beginning of hitting up brewers. And it was when brewers were just starting in Colorado too. So that being said, there's a whole different, I didn't go to Frickin' Fest. I don't know how many brewers they had. Did they have many?
Yeah, and amazing. They had distillers too. They had two different distillers.
well, yeah, so
Yeah.
it's now Barrel
Two
Fest. So there were distilleries, there were a couple of
Cider.
wineries,
Wine
cider.
How many brewers approximately?
together, easily a dozen or
15 brewers they got? Oh, okay.
might even have been 20.
Yeah.
It was 12 to 20.
Okay.
Is that the event after the 1K?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and there's talk in the future of merging out with the chili cook-off and everything and making it bigger overall events.
But I think the point remains though, that is a fall event. I think the point stands that one of the beauties of Love Your Valley is it is really the first outdoor park community gatherings of the year. And I think that is a really cool bit, even when it's been rainy. I mean, I remember years absolutely frigid, but yet people just kind of wanted to hang out outside together after a long winter.
Right. Instead of reconnect. And then
So-
the other piece for me is just, this stage is so cool. I want more programming happening on stage. There's just no reason not to be doing more production.
Yeah, I mean,
So
do we,
the question is, that gets bigger than that, is this something that the council wants the town to take over and provide events to the town? I mean, we already are providing the concert series and, that's a given. I do want to bring back Townie Tuesdays, which is in the budget, which is the movie nights.
can I make a suggestion on that?
Mhm.
My suggestion being the Sherbino may be interested in taking it on. Love Your Valley could play any number of nonprofits or a cooperative of nonprofits to raise money. What if town did it for 2023? To reestablish those connections with those brewers, reestablish the event. Because we already have these glasses, like we may make a little bit of money on it this year. but explore for 2024 and beyond some level of community partnerships where someone else would take over that organizing and gleaning whatever funds they could from it and using that stage.
It's a conversation.
Which
So you mean
you just buy us some time, budget
budget
for it.
for now, for 2023, and develop how we're gonna have a discussion, a committee, a workshop, whatever, just to figure out what the future of it's gonna be.
Because I think people do want, I think you're right, John. People want to see it back. It's a really beloved event.
It's special.
Let's get it going again. Let's use these connections that Pam developed with these brewers. Like, we want to bring this back.
And one of the other things I've heard through this whole thing, I know that part of the reason it's been canceled the last couple of years was COVID, and also because we lost our hotel connection. But I've heard people say, I've got a room, I'll put a brewer up.
And they won't,
And if they're not willing to do that, that's
they're
fine.
not
If they're-
interested in going to somebody's house.
Hopefully
We've had the conversation and they're not up for it.
What about VRBOs?
Pam, what
They
do you
don't
think?
rent one night.
Yeah, what do you think about Beth's idea?
We could do it. I mean, we could do anything you want.
Well,
And the only reason I'm even saying this, I'm gonna be really honest right now,
That's what.
is because I have an administrative assistant now. But if you were looking at me to take it all back on by myself again, I would be dropping on the floor right now.
I don't think we want you to do that, Pam.
No, I know,
think
that's
we
what I'm
want-
saying. I said
think we
I'm
want to
being
keep it
honest,
alive.
so.
I think we want to monetize it. I think we want to collaborate within it, and I think it needs to be developed over time, but to have it just mothball would be horrible.
Okay,
I think we have the
So,
direction we need.
yeah.
to put it in.
Yeah.
For it.
okay.
We're trying
Um,
to take stuff off your plate.
Excuse me?
Tell us what's important.
Oh, well, no, I just said,
Steph.
just by having somebody to work with me, because, yeah, my year used to be like this. It would be budget, election, start Love Your Valley, election, do Love Your Valley, do the concert series, which also started in January, and then start the budget again. And then, and then have a job on top of it. So, yeah, it's a lot. I mean, events are a lot.
Well, as an anecdote, having Deb this past year was super beneficial to me with
It was helpful. Yeah, yeah, she's,
music in the park.
yeah.
And so there is capacity to move forward on at least for a year with the opportunity. to
Right.
figure out-
I'm not saying, I'm not, I'm just, I was asked an odd question and I'm asking it, I'm answering it honestly.
We feel you.
It's, yeah. Okay, so did you open the
No,
potatoes?
no, I'm just an and.
You better open that bag.
You ready for the next order?
So on page 7, we get to the end of the general fund and with this amazing ending fund balance. So the only number I've plugged in right now on your copy, I think, because I've handwritten this, I don't think it's on your copy, is the Heritage Park for next year, but that's increased and we'll see that when we get to the capital project fund sheet. And I do not have the year end for Lena Street, so of course that's going to affect that. So water fund, really the only change in the revenues is there's a grant that's coming in for the GAC project, which we had hoped to do this year. So you see that actually in the prior year. And if council does decide to do that program, there is $261,152 that came in with the American Relief Funds that staff's proposing be used in the water fund for that project. Part of that money went into this grant fund line item this year. The other half of that money went into the general fund in the prior year in 2021. So we would need to move it out of the general fund into here. That's why I've got this yellow. So it's just a discussion that you might want to have when we get to the capital projects. But that's what's happening there. That's why that number is is sitting there like that. The best way to see what's in the water fund is to go to the memo. And there's a lot of projects planned for the water fund this year. Joanne, with stepping back from doing the development review, sounds to me feeling like she's really going to get a lot of projects done that she's been trying to get done for a few years for water and sewer. So those are all back in the consulting and engineering services line item. And you can see them on the list. There's a number. And then we've got in the water fund for the JC equipment at the water plant, we're estimating 400,000. But again, we don't know what that amount's going to come in at, especially with the way costs are changing. And then we've got a few other projects slated for the water fund. A few, something at the water plant, moving some things, and then some items up at Lake O. The supplies number there is minimal this year, just based on those items, just based on what small things the guys have seen there. And then the taps and meter program. We budgeted money this year for that program, which was a replacement program that started in 2021 and it was supposed to continue for. No, that started in 2020. It started in 2020. Yeah. And was to go 5 years into 2025. We ordered the meters and still haven't gotten.
We ordered the meters in January.
Yeah, because I believe we said just
Actually, we ordered it in
I thought we ordered them in November,
November.
right, in
Right.
budgeting.
And they're still not here. We
Oh my
ordered 200 meters in the next year. Well, supply chain issues, unbelievable.
The chips is what we're
How
hearing.
much time does it take to install these? So like, can we just
We
order
can-
the next 200 and if we end up with 400?
So that's what I did is I budgeted monies in next year to pay for these and a whole new order.
Yeah, so we're gonna do.
Okay.
We're gonna do like 2 years worth in 2023 is proposed. To answer your question, last year, in 2021, Randy and Steven did 150 meters in like a week's time.
Okay, okay, so if we end up with double year this year, we're great. If we've
Yeah, well,
put in the order and we get one, but not the, okay, cool, perfect.
Yeah, because at this point, even if we got them in, we probably aren't going to get them close enough to pay them within this budget year, so we just pay them out of next year anyways. It's just- Yeah,
Cool.
so that's why that number is at 150 for on the taps and meters. So that's the project itself and the meters and things that need everyday use is also in there. Sure.
I'm not really sure if this is anything we can do, but I'm gonna ask it anyway, and if you just tell me no, then I get it told no. So I've noticed in the Ridgway ditch, like behind it's like the Cottonwood Creek subdivision, like right across from your house on Moffett.
That's gone. We got it.
Yeah. So there's like above, I would say Cottonwood Creek subdivision, there's, the water gets completely diverted.
At Amelia Street?
Yeah, and then it comes back right across from your house. And I've noticed that there's like some water getting pulled back in.
That's the raw water. So the dribble from raw water comes through in that path.
Okay, thank you. And then, so basically what I'm asking is, or what I'm saying is, I've noticed that the trees and the things are dying.
We've got
talked a lot. Yeah.
Keep water in that ditch as much as possible.
Cool. And I was just wondering, like, is there a way that we can monitor the water rights on the books? And what balance that with what's needed to help keep the environment, like the ecosystem alive there? And is that something?
Yeah, I'll just weigh in that, the real issue comes down to the fact that you go up further you go about 10th of a mile or a few hundred yards up from Amelia and County Road 5 to where Dallas Creek Dallas ditch runs under the road. Cottonwood Creek comes in there, Alice Buildings owns the property next to the road there. That's where it always blows out when there's a huge flood in the ditch. One of my things for years has been to try and find a way for the town, the Dallas Ditch Company, maybe some other entity to partner on creating a much more efficient and robust diversion structure there that carries the Dallas ditch, but also allows for some water to be diverted in Cotton Creek. And Alice has actually, I believe, told us, she sort of goes back and forth. She's a little flaky, but she said that if something like that could happen, she would be interested in using some of her water that she owns to put in Cotton Creek regularly, because she doesn't need it. She could also use it to flow through her property, and horses could access it for water, I believe. I'm not totally sure about all that, but that's my take on an actual solution that would get water into Cottonwood Creek ditch below there all season long potentially. The other complicating factor is that below there somewhere, maybe it's actually at Dallas Creek ditch, you guys probably know better than I, a lot of it gets diverted into what Solar Ranch actually owns, and it feeds Solar Ranch's little watering ditch system.
Right.
And that complicates matters.
Is a
So,
solution,
well, it gets diverted in a different spot for Solar Ranch, but it's part of one of the things that comes
out.
So it goes over, the diversion, I'm almost positive, goes behind Dana's property. She's at Amelia on the county road, and then comes down and goes down into what's now Dana Ivor's property, goes over to Peter Hackett's property, follows
That's all Dallas.
out.
Yeah.
That's all Dallas ditch. And then there's that little bit that comes down towards Solar Ranch. And then we just get anything that's left over. I thought we sat, I know we sat at the table. It was, I'm almost positive it was Joanne and Jen who sat at the table with them a number of years back and tried to get something worked out. So Joanne would probably be the one that would have the history on that now.
is a solution to that blowout location in the 10-year capital improvements.
I don't think that's identified on that.
I'm just, it's one of those things that it should be, just because it does keep coming up, but at some point, keeping it on the radar for a grant cycle for water or looking for those entities, it should be there.
It's been something that talked about for years, but water in Cottonwood Creek is subject to the physical supply in any
Right.
given year and water rights holders, so.
Yeah, and I guess my bigger question was, is there a way to balance the water rights holders with what's needed to keep just a big, keep stuff alive?
That's been, and that's been, like we are hearing an ongoing conversation over years, but perhaps when we get to the CIP, we can talk about the diversion piece along County Road 5.
I feel like I have a lot of questions and
Yeah, please ask, keep asking.
It's a complicated question on not just on keeping in-stream flows, like even ditches that have had cottonwoods for 100 years. Even though there's water in a lot of those ditches, a lot of cottonwoods are also getting towards the end of their life cycle. And it's not just an issue of what's available in the ditches, it's actually soil moisture content peripherally as well. And even ditches that have gone through great efforts to keep water in it, those cottonwoods are still dying because their roots are 360 degrees. So it's not just a mathematical question of water content, it's ecological through the whole profile of the place. Interface with park and trees and ditch and all of that.
Thanks, JT. That's important. A lot of people don't realize that cottonwood lifespan is about 100 years.
Yeah. And you'll notice if you just drive in Grand Junction, look at ditches all over even around, and you'll see how they're remaining.
You're just
Welcome.
using your name. Okay. He comes in here, John. Terry's gonna move for you. No, I'll move.
There's plenty of room.
Joanne's gonna spread out though too. No.
Probably I can tell you more about that off record.
I would like that, please.
What are the age of the trees in the park?
Over 100 years. There's always.
We're talking about conflict ditch.
And we have a
We've spent a lot of, I have always appreciated to see line items in the budget about taking care of the trees. I was actually just talking to someone from Telluride about this last night. gosh, the trees in this park.
They're at Arborist is Tyler.
Yeah,
He's amazing.
he's made a huge difference with these trees. He saved 2 trees out there in the front that,
But yeah, they are.
You look closely, there's a lot of the branches that are actually tied to each other. It's falling down in the block. He's really.
He saved my trees in front of my property. It's about it. Just cheap.
all right, so
I was kind of cheering for your trees to go, and then I have better stuff.
are we ready to go on to sewer?
Oh, I wasn't gonna do that.
All right, so sewer fund, really not anything new in there. Again, going back to the sheet, you can see the projects that we're looking at. Again, Joanne's projects moving forward from last year because she's gonna have time this year because Joanne is retiring, sort of.
From development review.
She's, and overall, kind of bigger picture retiring, but not from us for water and sewer.
I'm gonna finish all the things I said.
So that's what's in that line item. As far as the projects this year, there's just some smaller things. There, a new aerator, the grease trap from Town Hall that's been on there for a while, a pond liner, the dissolved oxygen monitoring equipment. I have that highlighted because I wasn't sure if it was going to happen this year or next year.
That'll be done enough. Very, very soon. It'll be done in 20.
Okay, all right, so to fix that. And setting aside, the newest thing in here now is setting aside reserves for the wastewater treatment plant improvements. So you'll see that underneath the total expenditures, there is a new line item I put in called reserves, which lowers the ending fund balance by the $100,000 that's in there. Again, that was a number that came from Joanne, and I believe Preston. Council can add to that, reduce that.
Do we need to? Is that enough is really what I'm asking. Because as town is growing so rapidly, I know Ethan was speaking on Thursday night about how they were playing so much catch up with their wastewater treatment plant. And I know that that's been an issue for years, and I would rather be upstream of that specific problem.
We are downstream of that problem, but that is. Sorry. That being said, I feel like Joanne has been really, really clear with us about what we needed to do, and I've always felt like we had a much better handle on where we were at and thinking about the long-term needs for replacement or looking at other things than maybe our neighbors.
Our situation is much better than you raised, and that amount is just us starting to set aside funds for.
That won't pay for it. It's just to sort of have some sort of a match. Have we set aside money for sludge? Because I think that may be coming up sooner.
Yeah, so I'll just jump in. We had talked about, you and I, Joanne, starting to set aside for that, but in talking with Pam, we felt that in 2024, that's the likely year that we'll need to remove sludge from lagoons. The budget can accommodate it without having to set fund aside. We're talking like maybe $90,000 to pay. So that was the thought there.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, it's not the old days anymore with our ending fund balances.
Okay,
Yeah, so there's the sewer funds looking fine
pretty good.
to do that sludge removal next year.
Yeah, we do.
So
I think we do need.
a new boat.
I think we need one boat for up above and one boat for down below.
But I bet we have money in the budget.
I bet we do.
Okay.
I'm not worried about
So,
that.
the next page, on page 12 is the general improvement district, which we touched on earlier. And then the capital project sheets. So as I mentioned, if there is an amount that has come up through the audit, it will be that line item, and in this case, page will remain in the budget. So that's why you see space to create still in here. And then also the athletic park, which are both closed projects. And then we have Heritage Park, which will come up in when we get into the CIP, but we've got money set aside in there right now for construction, which is the fence, is that a continuation or a new fence?
Where?
Heritage Park,
Oh, it's a new fence.
New fence.
Yeah, we flipped.
and then 50,000 for construction documents that we may get a grant from. But because we don't know, I'm putting that money into the ending fund balance of the general fund and showing it coming out of the general fund for the full amount of 70,000.
So I just want to be clear about that. So to be conservative, we've thrown a number of $50,000 in there for construction documents related to all the Heritage Park things, right? Based on that master plan. Tara was talking with Tracy, Gail, Larry at comms, and similar to the master planning updating process, which comms totally flipped the bill for.
Colorado Main Street.
I'm sorry, Colorado Main Street. They undertook that whole process on behalf of the town for updating the master plan. It was awesome. We may be able to undertake a similar process where comms does all of that for developing construction documents on behalf of the town, giving us those documents. So, I mean, that's huge, but don't know if that's going to come through yet. Sorry, Pam, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So that's it. That's the budget. Does anyone have any questions?
Past all. Stream of consciousness. That's the
So are there any things that anyone sees in here that they'd like to change or add, delete? We'll talk about some of this when we get to CIP, and nothing has to happen today. Of course, we're going to have 2 more meetings before we present the final budget to the public, but all right, good. And now that we're at 11:30, I'm going to talk lunch. I know we're a little off our schedule, but it'd be helpful for me if everybody gave me an order for lunch, so then get that done and get it over here sometime. It'll probably be after 12, but so I was just going to order from Eatery. I was going to order off the menu. I'm sure you all know the menu, but I just wrote it down just in case you don't. They have soups, salads, burgers, veggie burgers. Their Be Happy is vegan. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, I guess it's vegan. Anyways, it's the chickpea in the dal, a Reuben, a mushroom cheeseburger, fish tacos, and a Philly steak.
Sorry, can I have those?
I'm reading it off.
Oh, you're reading off.
I only eat fish
I
tacos.
literally memorize that all.
I go there. I do go there every week, but what was that?
I need the options again.
Okay, soup and salad, which is kind of probably where you're, because I know you're. The fish tacos are awesome. They are on corn.
But they're fried bread. Fish.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You see there.
Yeah,
Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry.
yeah. And you could do the Be Happy without the naan bread.
I pulled up the celiac.
The problem is that any cross contamination with celiac is so hard, especially with the kitchen that small.
Yeah.
But anyways, Kevin, I know you know what you want. I'm just joking.
Right, I was gonna say the Montauk, they folded.
They pulled it.
Bummer.
That was mine. I'll do a burger.
Okay, what, a regular burger
Yeah.
and side salad or fries?
The side salad.
Okay. How about you, Russ?
We'll do a room.
Terry?
Do the mushroom cheddar burger. Fries, I guess.
Okay. JT?
Fish tacos, please.
Preston?
Go burger.
Burger with
Let's do side salad.
Joanne? You just blocked in
Salad,
just
I'm just trying to figure out what the salad choices.
They just have one.
Okay.
They call it
Size.
detox.
Valid. Okay. Okay.
There's two sizes, small and large.
Oh, I'm gonna get her large. The small's too,
Okay.
small's too small.
I'll have to say.
Okay.
House margarita.
Holly,
May I do the happy, please?
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Been working on it. So, yeah, you-
So good.
Pam, I'll do the fish tacos.
I've kind of.
Okay.
Thank you.
to help with this. For this winter, they bring.
All right.
Let you know. if it's better.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Where are we at in the process?
We're gonna go to, pay and movement recommendations, family stuff,
Oh, okay.
so if you gotta put the order in. I'll just-
Yeah, I'll jump out after the
Family stuff.
family. Yeah.
So, I hope you get, we didn't really cover this specifically, but I think this is some pretty good information about revenue projections. We already talked about sales tax. The Colorado Legislative Council puts out revenue forecasts every few months. And the one in September, just wanted to highlight the Colorado General Fund for 2022, 2023, projected to modestly surpass 21.2, but be able to keep pace with inflation. Revenue in 23-24 is expected to narrowly exceed 22-23 collections as economic growth continues to slow. The narrative above is Greg Sobetsky. He's a relatively new chief economist. He speaks Kate Watkins. This is kind of taken an excerpt taken from the executive summary, and I think it common sense isn't the same thing to everybody. I get that, but I think it really talks about what we're all expecting to happen. The economy and all of it. So just want to highlight that.
Well, if the Phillies win the World Series, we're gonna have a recession. We always do. They won in 29, they won in 2008. They were like,
What a baseball nerd you are.
That correlation does not equal causation.
I know, I actually think.
They're off to a good start.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Can I get the Philly cheesesteak instead? Sure. No, I'm kidding.
That was the Philly comment, got you. Took us a second.
I don't know why I was.
And then just wanted to, this little chart here talk or depict sales tax revenue versus the original budget. Steady increase in actual revenues over the last 7 years or so. This column in orange is projected year end, so not actual as of audited yet, but you know, trending a little bit above 2021. So interesting, right?
It's amazing to see that.
So one I mentioned at the forefront, the pay movement recommendations from Lori Messer at Logic Compensation Group. Sorry for the death by PowerPoint with all the language in there. Hopefully you guys.
Yeah, who taught you PowerPoint?
Yeah.
This team. No, it's good.
They're recommending the town salary structure be adjusted 3.3%, which is reflective of the average salary range adjustment predicted for next year. From an implementation standpoint, recommendations for the town to move employees there one step in the step structure and also apply the 3.3% structure adjustment. Our step schedule has been adjusted accordingly for all job descriptions to account for the 3.3% increase, provided the council's okay with it, of course, but we have all the tools we need to move forward. This adjustment ensures that no employees fall below the minimum of step one during the process. And the proposed increases are aligned with market average pay increase prediction of 6.4%. Will help to ensure the town maintain its competitive position in the market, make sure we're competitive externally and equitable internally. As a percentage of total payroll, those increases just north of 76,000, which is comparable to last year, and 6.8% above total payroll in 2022. So wanted to spend some time on that, make sure everyone's still in agreement with this salary step structure and the classification piece. Makes sense. Joanne, what do you think?
I have no opinion.
Family and medical leave insurance program. So, yeah, I learned not to do PowerPoint this way, but this is why I'm like, okay, it's like no, like for real, I was typing all this out. I'm like, provided some handouts in the packet. Not sure if you had time to delve into it, but I am going to read through some of these in an effort to get you guys to a point where you understand what the options are for you. I guess I'll just get ahead of it. Staff's recommendation will be for the town to opt out, like the large majority of communities around the state have already done or will do, because I think it's the requirements by January. January
It's the end
1st.
of this year, isn't it?
Yeah, the end of this year.
Yeah.
So in 2020, Colorado voters approved Prop 118, paved the way for a state-run paid family and medical leave insurance program. Provides Colorado workers paid leave in order to take care of themselves or their family during life events that pull them away from the jobs. The program will not be providing benefits to employees until the start of 2024. But the payroll tax starts on January 1st of 2023. So in a couple months' time, public employers are responsible for making decisions regarding their participation in the program and compliance. So the benefits summarized is up to 12 weeks of paid leave. Those who experience pregnancy or childbirth complications may receive an additional 4 weeks. And the leave is paid by the state, not the employer. Individuals can use family leave to take time away from work for, there's a whole bulleted list there, care for a new child, care for themselves, make arrangements for a family member's military deployment. And Deb did a great job putting this miscellaneous information together. Family will notify the jurisdiction when an employee submits a claim for benefits. If and when that claim is approved, they will contact the jurisdiction that the claim has been approved and provide the jurisdiction with the expected time the employee will return to work. Town would have to hold a job for an employee if the employee has been employed for more than 180 days. The benefits are portable, which is kind of cool. Actually, potential employees can come work for, in this case, the town without fear of losing family leave accrued by their prior employer. And the leave benefits are designed to run concurrently with FMLA, which is unpaid leave. The options regarding participation, first one, participate. We pay the employer share of the premium. That's 0.45% of wages if more than 10 employees, which we fall into. Remit employee share of premium and submit wage data to family once a quarter, to the family program once a quarter. Employees will seek payroll deductions starting beginning of 2023. And employees can apply for benefits starting January 1st of 2024. Next option is to decline all participation. Governments must vote not to participate, must notify family of the decision within like a 30 or 60-day time frame. Revisit the decision to opt out at least every 8 years. Employees still have the right to participate and just self-elect coverage. Employees would need to report their own wages and remit their share of the premium. Third option, decline employer participation. We opt out. We still can assist employees who want to individually participate. This means the town would facilitate voluntary payroll deductions, remit the employee share premium, and submit wage data once a quarter to the family program. And those who voluntarily enroll will see the deductions from the paychecks at the right time. Once we
For the full amount, right? That category,
The 0.45%.
yeah, the point, yeah, that percentage, exactly.
but twice that.
The point.
Nine.
That's right. Once the town elects what to do, we must register with families online system. It sounds like we have to do that regardless. Even if we decide to opt out, then notify them by uploading a notification letter on letterhead. If we do not notify family, we are opting out. We will automatically be identified as participants. Timeline is below. The vote needs to happen before January 1st. We have to notify them within 30 days of the vote. 180 days prior to change in benefits, notify employees of Of the forthcoming changes, this will not apply until the second half of 2023. Its benefits won't begin until the start of 2024. The required length of participation, if we choose to opt in after previously opting out, is 3 years. And a vote to opt out of the program must be held at least every 8 years. I'll stop talking there.
And staff's recommendation is that we decline employer participation or entirely opt out.
To entirely opt out. Again, that was the recommendation. Deb, Pam and I talked about it. It's been a while, it was several months ago. But we were all of the mindset that even if we opt out altogether, folks can still participate. Folks can still participate on their own accord.
It's interesting that you're afforded that option, opt out. Senator Power, we didn't have that option, so we have to put it, it's being put in place for all employees. Really, they went for the employer paying 145 and us paying 145.
I know, exchange emails with Susan Lacey at the school district. She was curious about what we were doing. That was just a couple days ago. I said, we haven't voted yet, but they opted out. The area schools opt out. And I don't have the data, but I know I can put it out on the clerk listserv. I think the large majority of municipalities around the state were opting out.
And to be clear, I'm not sure if they were given the option to opt out or not. They are. They didn't give the employees a choice.
I think it's a private business that do not believe got the opportunity to opt out.
That's all that word.
But you're not a local government. It's really the.
So we're just going to raise your electric bills, which by the way is on. So we're looking at a $2 access charge increase. It's before the board next month. If anybody wants to come and bitch.
Does anybody, anyway, yeah, does anybody have thoughts against opting out, or should we just go with the staff?
I just couldn't understand why opting out is the recommendation.
Yeah, I'd be good if Pam was in here as well, but again, the fact that employees can still participate in the program without the town needing to be involved was I guess an appeal on our end, and also driven by the piece that I kind of conveyed without any data to support it. Perhaps Pam has some good numbers, but most municipalities are already opting out. And FMLA is a whole other element to this. I mean, if someone has a child, you know, FMLA benefits are there, although unpaid, and you know, we do have the sick leave, vacation leave that folks can utilize with that time off, FMLA, associated FMLA time off. But and what are your thoughts on participation in family program?
Well, when we went through this when it very first came out, and there was like, we saw nothing in there that was going to be a benefit for our employees, other than the fact that they were going to have to pay for something that they weren't going to need. And then we saw the fact that it's available if somebody does need it anyways. So we were feeling that it would be a burden on staff. And then CML started coming out with like, no, everybody's, they put a lot of effort into it and everybody's opting out. I know we're going to opt out of the fire department too.
And is there a good reason to not do the decline employer participation? I can speak. I mean, well, like, am I misunderstanding?
I think
It's
that's
participate or not participate, or decline employer participation.
We
Is that
facilitate,
third option.
we facilitate the decline employer participation, so the deductions would be run through the town. And versus the decline all participation, the employee would remit their own percentage to the state.
So that's still taking money.
So it'd be on the employee to figure all that out instead of the town being that intermediary and the middle person. So, you know. See that guy, but it'd just be another thing for the town to help and facilitate with, which is not a bad thing. At all, but I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding what.
So for this, you know, once you guys figure out what you want to do, we will need a motion and a vote. So we can notify the family program either way.
And is this the item that we posted this as a regular meeting so that we can take action on?
Correct. So we may want to see what the public,
Is Liz the only one on?
but I hope so, because I haven't been paying attention. Liz, do you have any thoughts?
Are you there?
I'm still here. Yep.
The only thing about opting out, and I understand that, you know, it is a deduction from payroll and it's another thing we have to do just by opting out. We say it's something that employees aren't going to use. But if we go back to that list of things, there are the unforeseen things you're going to use it. And so if the rest of council is comfortable opting out, I am okay with that. But the reason this got passed at the state level is what do you do when that you know, the having a child, like, yeah, if I were to be pregnant, I would be paying into this, I would be opting in. But it's the other stuff that you don't plan on. So and like I said, I'm okay with opting out if everybody else is, but there is that piece.
It's a little complicated, isn't
CML's objections.
I couldn't begin to tell you, Joanne.
Okay.
Joanne's question is what was CML's objections?
I don't know. I haven't pulled up their email. I mean, they're always concerned about you know, mandates, unfunded mandates, and I imagine this was modified largely because of CML. I imagine maybe initial versions of the bill were saying they're not even options, like everyone has to participate. Maybe this was a result of CML's lobby, but I'd have to pull their email to better understand why they were, what their thoughts were.
What's everybody's thoughts?
But the individual employees can still access any of these functions if they needed to.
Absolutely.
On their own.
Through the state.
Say, which we certainly make available the resources or the materials about this program so that everyone understands. Well, after, I think we've already notified employees that this is going before you all, but whatever decision's made, we will relay to the employees what's going on. If it's an opt-out, we can let folks know how they can go about participating. Nonetheless.
So we still provide them that opportunity if needed, but we just don't force it. But there is no payroll deductions.
So it doesn't
It's not-
involve all the staff.
Right, for the full opt-out, the full, the declining all participation.
So it's up to the individual to manage it totally on their own.
Yeah, they would sync it out with the state. Go about it that way.
Can they use their wellness? These to put towards this?
Oh, no, that would,
Well, I don't know what you would have to put towards.
well, he's saying to the payroll deduction be paid from wellness.
Oh,
That would be an administrative nightmare.
Sorry, Pam, I wasn't trying to. They could individually, what if they do?
They probably could use that lump sum to go make things.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, you would disperse it to someone employee, and not that would be good stuff.
Is there consensus that we want to opt out?
I'm comfortable about that.
Okay.
to some extent, it sounds like a bandwagon thing to me. But I don't have a strong opinion. I'm gonna be forced to do it. My employment. I'm kind of neutral on it.
Do we? Maybe I missed it. Has staff expressed, I mean, what percentage of staff would want it?
You, if you look at our staff, I would say maybe there's 2 people of childbearing age.
But it's not just the type thing.
No, I know.
Go back to the list, actually.
I understand.
It's all sorts of things.
Yeah,
It's an insurance policy that's a little
Yeah.
broader than I expected it to be as well.
It's that third bullet in the top section that most of us.
It's
over-
2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wide array of stuff. I mean, it's not,
Right.
yeah, not just childbirth.
I mean, hopefully it's not 5, but that's a real thing as well.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about it just simply because there's so much unknown that happens in the long. Trying to, I just foresee, like, if someone, heaven forbid, like, has to take care of themselves or take care of a family member with a serious illness or injury or accident or whatever, they probably won't also want to have to go to the state to deal with getting on this program.
They don't get to retroactively. It's just like, if I fell down and get hurt and your school has opted out of this program. If I can't say now I have fallen down and got hurt, I'm going to start paying into this program.
Yeah.
Like, so,
And there is short, long-term disability.
so, I mean, like, I think. Yeah, if. It's not a question of, just being of childbearing age. And like I said, I'm fine opting out. I think that is, I totally respect that decision. And we have to opt out every 8 years, but we can choose to opt in a shorter time span, correct? And then once we're in, we have to stay in for 3 years.
That's right.
So, I mean, we can certainly, what I'm suggesting is we can opt out today. We can watch how this program plays out for a year or 2 and opt in 2025, if that was something we're like, oh, this is actually like seeing how it's playing out for people like Terry.
So, yeah, sorry.
Guinea pig. It actually wasn't about you personally, it was just me being silly. So, I mean, it
I
sounds
like
like.
this, I like
I
that.
like that.
I mean, this is such a new thing, I think. Sounds like most entities are opting out, so that's sort of like a safe approach. We'll see how it plays out and then we decide what we want to opt in a year or 2.
Maybe worth a little poll with the employees, with town employees.
When we get to.
Is there a?
Have you done that already?
I talked to, I mean, I don't think we talked to everybody. I talked to the public works guys and, opting in forces everyone to participate, so, and they, a lot of indifference. You can imagine with some guys, but so they weren't interested in seeing 0.45% of their wages, an additional 0.45% deducted.
So two possible compromises. If we opt out, could the town either offer those who opt in on their own 0.45% as a bonus, or at least direct them towards this wellness program as a source for possible funds?
I don't know that this fits the goals of the wellness program. That's a nice idea that it's money already allotted, but I really don't feel like it addresses the goals of the wellness program. I would be willing to entertain a subsidy for someone who is opting in, but if we're putting it on if we're doing the full opt out where the town staff is not administering this, which is another burden on staff, that if we're not going to fully opt in, do we ask them to do that? I think that becomes harder to verify who's in and who's out and who gets the extra. I mean, for someone who makes $50,000 a year, we're talking about a $225 town contribution. Because I was just running the numbers for myself. Should I look for a short-term disability on the private market, or should I opt in and pay my $450 a year? Like, you know. So I'm gonna say, sounds like we all have various permutations on how we maybe opt back in the future, but I'm going to move the town of Ridgway decline all participation in the family and medical leave insurance program.
Second. Okay, motion made and seconded to opt out of the program. Is there any other discussion? Hearing not, all in favor? Opposed?
Gonna abstain.
One abstention. Motion passes with one abstention. Okay, thanks everybody.
Yeah, thank you all very much. Ready to review the CIP. I'm looking at what time it is, about 5 to noon, and lunch was just ordered. So until the time that, well, I guess put it to you all. Do you want to take a break now, or should we delve into the CIP stuff?
Let's
What do you
do
wanna
CIP till lunch comes.
Okay.
Sense to me.
Besides, open the 5-year and the 10-year plans. Staff doesn't have to do a lot of talking here, but you can see. And do you want to take them through both these CIPs?
Sure. Start with the 5-year. And the items that are yellowed are items that I have placed into the draft budget that you have. So the first is the general fund. And I'll just hit the ones that are highlighted first, and then we can go over the other ones. We already spoke about the Heritage Park project, or which is a capital improvement sheet within the budget. There's the split rail fence at 20 and the construction docks at 50. Again, we talked about the fact that we hope we might get grant funds for that 50, but we don't know. There's the space to create, furnishings and audio visual. And then we're setting aside funds for purchase of a front end loader in 2024. That is to provide a new piece of equipment so that we do not have to rent the piece of equipment that we rent during the snow months. Besides the cost of that going up, there was we weren't going to be able to get the same piece of equipment. Why?
It's just
The cost
the
increase.
amount was going
Okay.
up pretty substantially, and Mike Jenkins came to me and said, recommended that we start setting aside funds to purchase a loader, not just to use during the snow months, but so that you have it to use year round.
Okay.
To use it for throughout the year.
It's one of those things that might be worth looking at that electrification thing for.
So like have an electric front loader, they have this.
Yeah, I mean, all things are going that direction right now, except you're looking at 30 to 50% of the diesel version.
That was the webinar I said in.
How much?
Where there's a state program.
50% of the electric versions, they were pushing 100,000, 120,000.
Like by the
Skid
fleet.
steers.
Yeah, like mission,
Generally the whole.
based on emission reductions,
I
it's a state climate action plan.
wonder if the offset grants, whatever, would make it, like if we wanted to do.
Well, JP just said 30 to 50%.
And that's what I got from doing research on skid steers this past year and talking to the guys at both Cat and Bobcat. And that was the number that came up often.
Okay.
And
I'll send you the webinar information.
Yeah, that'd be great.
but then you can, minus, of course, then you have to charge it. That they vacated spots, but you also save a lot of money in terms of maintenance.
I'll mention that to Mike again. This is just to start setting aside funds, but
And-
so do you have any thoughts? Have you
I've
have you
never
driven
seen
an
a
electric
loader.
front loader?
Electrics.
I think it's gonna be, and I said this earlier with the police vehicles, I think it's amazing that we're talking about it, and each time we look at one of these investments in something like that, it's gonna be an evaluation of, is this particular piece of equipment where at the place where we want to make that additional investment? But I think that every time when we get around to that purchase, every time we do that, we need to evaluate whether now is the time to jump to the electric option. So thank you for bringing that up.
So the issue of the electric as well is the fuel costs, right? With the non-electric, you're also budgeting.
Well, we still have,
Petrol.
we still have to pay for electricity. We don't have a solar array that we're
But
trying.
the evidence for most electric vehicles, it's 30 to 40% efficient electricity. than gas.
That's what
The
I'm
cost.
saying. Every time we make one of these purchases, that should be part of our evaluative process when we're actually doing it. But right now, we're just setting aside money for the loader, so it's not.
As JT said, that I've been hearing more and more about how nobody's really thinking about it, but the reduced maintenance costs are
Whole life cycle costs much more.
And then the other item I have on here is the purchase of a parcel in River Park subdivision. There's not a dollar amount on there, but I did put it on this.
It says roughly that everything is in the $60,000 range. Was that, I don't think that was clear from that meeting.
That was,
A lot of math that didn't seem to.
No, yeah,
that was the
Go ahead.
executive session piece of it, so that wasn't something that we had fully decided on, but that's a piece where I know town is generally shied away from financing, but that may be a place where depending on a whole or parcel or what happens there, that we may want to entertain that as an option too.
so it's blank for now, but November 9th, we'll, right now, Bo and I are slated to get some clarity with the appraiser, and we'll get some information to you already for November 9th. Sorry about that, the last meeting, but we had just gotten it, and it was like convoluted, so sorry.
I'm gonna buy a Katie Porter whiteboard for myself after that.
So,
And I'm not kind of.
okay. So just to hit the other items that are on there that are just carried forward from other years, and if the council sees anything on there that should not be on 5-year, or they feel that something should be added to the 5-year, what are the items that we have on here that we're not projecting that we're going to fund this year, but council could choose otherwise, is a vaulted restroom facility at Dennis Weaver Park, construction of Amelia Street, acquisition of the South Railroad Street right-of-way, master plan implementation and subdivision updates, expanding the middle mile fiber network through the rest of town, town hall assessment and design for reconfiguring of the town hall spaces, purchase of an affordable housing unit, and replacing 2 trucks in the Parks Department.
Should the acquisition of South Railroad Street right away actually be rephrased as managed Railroad Street intersection? Because I know some discussions I've been having with CDOT about a roundabout or other which is whatever, that project may not be accomplished simply by that, but it's a larger discussion of how do we manage the Railroad Street offset.
I like the idea of that, just to be clear that it's bigger than just acquiring the south side of the street. I would also.
So are we, when we talk would there be funds involved if we did something with CDOT, or would this be better served to be on? Oh, there would be, okay, okay.
I would, I don't know if this is appropriate, but to talk about new things to add to this.
Yes.
Because I think with the, this time last year, we didn't know anything about Weather One project. So acquisition of the Laura Street, the other half of Laura Street, I think is a higher priority at this point than this Railroad Street acquisition. I mean, I look down my street now that the industrial park is doing their next phase. They're starting to build
It's
Laura Street all the way. And I can see you must really be sort of buzzed out about it. But we need to get that other half of Laura 2 blocks. And I argue that should be on this list and it should be
Okay,
I'm not sure what it's gonna cost.
I mean, that, and also along that,
It's a lot of money potentially.
this is me being there. Laura inadvertently is going to become very much a thoroughfare. And not that, I don't know, I mean, the street is designed at this point, but it is something that is going to have to be thought about in terms of our traffic management, is that we've told rural homes in Wetterhorn that they don't have to pave their section, but it's paved past. Well, yeah, well, it's paved auto and then it's paved starting now. There's the asphalted space to create with a really lovely water bar dip at the edge that I wasn't expecting.
Hopefully they're gonna fix that.
Yeah, it's going to definitely create an interesting road use conundrum.
And know that all they can do is excavate. We've never gotten plans for what they're going to do in the industrial park. There were plans.
They haven't
20
given you a road design.
They had a road design 20+ years ago, but they have not resubmitted engineering.
Oh,
How are they
interesting.
doing it just out of lack of knowledge?
It looks like a freaking highway.
It does. All they've been doing is moving dirt.
I know.
We've been clear with them, but they can't do anything beyond that until we review their plans and okay.
Yeah, you look at it from my end of Laura and it just lines up with the 60-foot right away.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know. It just feels.
It feels a little scary. And I've always thought that the people on Laura Street are unaware of how much impact it's given.
That's what, and I'm saying that not just for my own stuff, but there's going to be
No,
a really big impact to some residential. Well, it's not a huge chunk of residential. It's, you know, Spencer and Aaron past Wetterhorn. It's those blocks, but we're gonna get
We're
high
gonna
school
have to-
traffic. We're gonna get industrial park traffic.
we're gonna have to talk speed mitigation.
when you decided years ago not to put core through, the impact meant that it was going to go on Lena and Laura. That was,
Well, and Lena,
I mean, we made that
Lena
decision a
being
very
one-
long time
Lena
ago.
being one way is going to push it even more to Laura.
Are those streets wide enough? And this is probably getting into too narrow a view, but are those streets wide enough for snow plows and such to go through with
Oh, well,
like those planter mitigations? I can't remember who brought
So
this up.
that's part of what I'm discussing is there's some general road design philosophy bits that are gonna have to, that's what I'm talking about. The 5-year improvement plan is Laura Street management. There's the Amelia Street construction, but envisioning how we're gonna manage Laura Street needs to be on this because it is drastically gonna change.
to answer your question, where it's the full 60 feet right away, like everywhere else in town, it's plenty, but we've got 2 blocks of only having 30 feet.
And that's a little-
And that's.
So when you come over to my house next week, we will stand in the middle of Laura Street and you will see what the 60-foot right of way looks like.
we were riding bikes last week and I was like, holy crow, like what in the heck is happening? This is crazy. And Nick was even like, what is happening? And I was like,
Well, it's the same discussion we have with folks around the Wetterhorn project. You realize how much. I know where my property lines and I visualize it, but you forget how much of that like ditch area isn't my property. And I know that and I tell other people that, but you see it lined up with the street, it's striking.
But is there any dust control in place for that right now? I'm standing up for my part up on there and overlook when the wind's blowing. I overlook this gigantic dust cloud.
I feel like it's gotten
That's
better when they
we do
first
have a
started.
nuisance town standard. I don't know about moving dirt on 14, 15 acres, it's yours, but
Mike and Randy have gone over there to talk with the folks, cutting the road and everything. So I know Mike Jenkins is really good about reminding folks about that. And of course, the weather did what it did, so that helps. But,
now
we'll-
we're cracking mud everywhere.
Yeah, now
So I heard acquisition of North Laura Street and then I heard manage.
It's not an actual, we have.
Yeah,
first
those are two different.
Yeah.
I asked for acquisition. So do you also want managed?
Yes, I do.
Or,
Because well, they kind of are part of one larger project, right? Part of creating a plan for Laura Street and its management is acquiring the other,
Or the first step is acquiring half of the right of way for 2 blocks.
yeah,
From, what is it?
Auto to Frederick.
Charles,
Charles.
Charles, no,
But, and I don't know.
Frederick, it's Frederick to Auto. Charles, we have Charles to Frederick.
that's right, that's right. It's just,
Separate issue, what is there's a lot of dirt moving up to the, I don't know what you call the space up behind the school. How do you identify that space other than where I hike the dog every day? But there's.
The gravel pit?
Dump truck, dirt up there.
yeah,
That's
that's
what-
also their property.
That's their property.
They own that too.
So they're taking excavations from the road construction and putting it up
To where-
in phase 3 or whatever it is.
Yeah, but are they allowed to stockpile? I mean, they were supposed to backfill all of that.
There must be 30 dump loads. of dirt up there.
they're supposed to fill that 20 years ago.
That's I wasn't aware they were.
That's, yeah, exactly.
Are
I
they
mean,
putting more material in that?
sounds like they are. I haven't.
No,
The first
not in the
time I've been
hole,
in town.
they're putting it on top.
Next to that existing gravel pile that's up there.
Which was supposed to be mitigated, that's what we're saying, that gravel pile was supposed to be mitigated 15, 20 years ago.
We still have a bond on that.
We do.
They apparently
And I-
don't care.
No.
So can we,
They were
Not
getting-
gonna fence that.
for staff to follow up on that and keep cruising?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for now, I would say just as far as the 5-year CIP, just some wording along the lines of, well, the most important thing is acquisition of those 2 blocks after right. away. And
But
far
as soon as
the rest of your- Well, that's a bigger kind of master plan issue. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know that it's a capital improvement issue.
Takes money.
It's funny. Yeah,
So so one item, acquisition of North Laura Street right away. Another item, management of North Laura Street.
yeah,
right away.
we have a new major thoroughfare.
Planning North Laura Street, traffic issues. Traffic mitigation.
Yeah, North Laura Street traffic plan, we can call it that. Let's be positive that we don't have massive issues. We'll just say we have to plan for it.
Mitigation suggests. We've talked about the soccer fields in the park master plan. Is this putting money toward that? Is this falling here?
The athletic park master. plan.
It's in the.
That's in the 10-year.
Those
It's in
10.
the 10-year.
So do you think it should be moved to the 5? Is that your
The
suggestion?
pickleball people do.
Well, I think in order to address the things that the pickleball folks want, this has come up when we put in the pavilion and when we've been approached about the bike park. It is something we should probably look into. I don't know if there's like GoCo grant funds for some of those, projects around planning, because we do have an amazing asset, but there's space over there, but it's also not unlimited. We want to make sure we do it in a
Be nice to
logical
manage.
way. And I feel like we've had this conversation.
Yeah, there's a number of athletic park items in the 10-year plan, which council could move to the 5-year. And Joanne should probably address the water issue over in the remaining part on the east side, since most of you probably haven't heard her speak to that before. But so do you know what I'm talking about on the east side of the sidewalk in the athletic park? So
Lot of
if you're
grounds.
coming from the tennis courts, if we're gonna walk to the baseball field, the east side, which would be our left side.
There's a lot more groundwater there.
Wasn't that part of how it was originally designed, was to accommodate some of the water that?
They put in a seep ditch and I have not been out there in a long time. JT and DeCamillo put that in years and years ago. So it's probably.
It's overgrown.
So,
Maintained.
so can I propose that I don't see the plan on here for the athletic park, creating a master plan. Can I propose that we add that or move it to the 5-year if I'm not seeing it?
Sure.
And maybe get a dollar, ask staff to get us a generalized dollar amount on what that might be. Because I think if we've got some water issues that need to be addressed, we also need to know what that could be incorporated into that plan. We have desires for this pickleball park. We've been approached about a bike park. Right now, we have a third soccer field on here, but I've heard yay, nay, maybe we don't need a third field. It sounds to me like before we can even look at any of these things on the 10-year plan for the athletic park, we're at a point where we need a plan.
I was speaking with James last night and he was saying that he was helping design some new things. And one new way that he was doing that specifically is there was a scale model built out of like Lego bricks. So like you could put the things and arrange the things in various ways to make it actually like figure out how things would fit in the physical space to scale to
The recording be part of the process within the umbrella of a.
Yep.
of a
So, yeah.
plan.
So yeah, like I
Yes.
think the direction of staff is how much money do we need to allot and it's just.
So I feel comfortable opining that to retain a consultant to come in and do a master planning process for the athletic park would probably range somewhere between $20,000 and $40,000.
Might be an update because we've done them before.
So, yeah, so there's that too.
Yeah, but it's not that, it's pretty generic.
So we're probably gonna want to start from scratch,
Yeah,
have a consultant, utilize what's already been done years ago. Pretty for us, worthwhile for us to go on. But again, to answer your question, 20 to 40,000.
And I think that's reasonable. I think this is definitely like very master plan supported idea, but I feel very conflicted about moving forward with anything additional at the athletic park until there's a vision. Because we're gonna look back on something and go, oh, why did we put that there? Because we didn't have an overarching idea.
So what I'm hearing is, I think is everyone in agreement about adding line item to the 5-year plan, general fund, athletic park master planning process or something to that effect.
Yes.
Probably conservatively putting $40,000
that's right,
there.
but, yeah.
And maybe looking to 2023 for that. We looking to.
I am.
I would like to get that done sooner than later, because I think more people are gonna come forward. Like.
I thought we had this conversation I think this is the second year in a row we've had this where, hey, we need to do a master plan.
Yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken, Terry, I don't know if you guys remember that, but I feel like that came up.
I think the sooner we get it formulated, then we'll get what we already have. The bike park, the pickleball, the third soccer field, all of those things will come forward if it becomes known, and any other possible imaginary thing will be able to come forward sooner than later as well.
It doesn't mean they're gonna get them all right away, it just means this is where.
There's some
future
general
site-
planning on how things can actually.
Cool.
We're gonna continue this about capital improvement stuff for this list after, right? Or is this the end?
Yeah, after lunch. Yep.
This was just,
Yeah, this is just-
we can come back to this particular page. I had to read through.
You need help?
So is that that one proposal I have that would affect one of these yellow items? Should that be brought up now or later?
Actually, that's a good question. It would be an item for the general fund. So yeah, maybe now would be a good time to.
It's number 2 in that presentation, though. It's not. If you want to, maybe we should reserve it for after lunch so that attention to.
It's number what?
It's number 2 in my presentation as opposed to number 1.
Can we just see Terry's presentation? Because I'm tired of hearing about the vague Terry's presentation. I want to know what's in it.
One of them affects the 5-year, which may be accelerated. Suggested. Think of water too. Water uphill.
Well, yeah, we'll get to the water fund. We'll get to the water.
Oh, yeah, okay, so that's separate.
Yeah.
Water.
Water and
Oh,
sewer.
we have a 5 and 10 year for all 3 funds.
Seems like lunch is here. So
This is here, so the next is deer.
perfect. skip forward to that, number two, punch forward to it, I'll come back and look at it later. Whoever my God is, is correct. Which entity? So I'll walk through this pretty quickly. A resilience hub is space to create. This is why I'm bringing it up, because space to create budget items in the private capital fund. But the concept is to create the community center space into what's considered commonly referred to now as a resilience hub, which specifically would mean adding solar and battery backup as to the building, which would be wired specifically to the community center, which would effectively enable limited amount of emergency power for extended power outages in case of severe weather or some other natural disaster, enabling not only the community at large to access the community center during an extended power outage, but also for the building residents to come down and charge their cell phones and laptops and things of that nature. Working in my capacity at San Diego Power, I managed to get with the contractors ahead of time to pre-wire just the community center for this inevitability or this possibility, I should say. This type of a configuration of a battery backup combined with solar is referred to as a microgrid. Commonly, it's the new sexy term. And as such, there's an enormous amount of new grant opportunity opening up for these kinds of things. So in essence, it would include, if you go to the next slide. This is what the definition of a resilience hub is. So rather than me reading it to you, you guys can take a moment to kind of peruse these definitions. Or I'll read them to you if you want.
I know where you punched that from.
Yeah. This came out of an article from the Rocky Mountain Institute that was published and I sent out to a number of people a couple of days ago.
If you hit the little bar and that thing makes it small. But that's fine.
But it's becoming a common thing for communities and towns and municipalities to look at creating what they call a resilience hub, using this combination of, power availability during a power outage, essentially. And in some cases, including EV chargers that could be tapped in. That exceeds the scope of what we could do with the community center. Although an EV charger in front of the space to create might be a great addition, something maybe separate from this resilience hub concept.
I had proposed back in the early days that we have an EV hub inside there in the parking structure in the back there. In addition, so you can have a shared vehicle, even smaller EV vehicle. Ooh. I didn't understand that.
Pushing forward to the next slide real quick, and I'll wrap up my input. Is I went forward and got a budgetary quote for how much it would cost to do this, based on the capacity needed for this concept at the community center. Mind you that the solar system, as in this one photo, would be mounted to the roof with whatever available space there is. And I'm assuming it would be something in the order of about a 3 kilowatt system. Would include a 13.5 kilowatt hour power wall or similar product that provides that amount. 13.5 kilowatt hours is probably 2 or 3 days worth of power for what the community center currently uses. Meanwhile, the solar system, without there being an emergency, would offset the electric use of the community center. So it would subtract, it would eat the load of that so the town wouldn't be paying an electric bill on this. So somewhere in the neighborhood of, to be conservative, after taxes, it comes out to about, after the tax incentive, which is now available to the town because it's no longer actually a tax credit. That's just built into his program there for his billing. It's now a cash payment available to nonprofits or towns or entities that don't pay tax. That's new in the IRA. But my ask or my suggestion is that we consider adding 30 to 35K into either the 5-year capital improvement plan and or push it forward into this next year's budget because of the availability of grant funding that we could access pretty quickly. And even without grant funding, 30 to 35K isn't a huge chunk of change for turning the community center into a resilience hub. And it's possible that we could get 50% or more cost sharing from grant funding there's a number, in fact, I talked to Patrick Rondinelli at dinner the other night. He's got a pot of money for this very application. So, that I'm looking at doing this exact same thing at San Miguel Power to back up our IT and server rooms. San Miguel County just did this, and I worked with them on their sheriff's office, put in this same system, actually larger than this, much larger. Theirs is a 78 kilowatt solar system with a 400 kilowatt hour battery bank. This is pretty small in comparison. Of course, they have bigger loads. So my proposal is, let's consider either adding this to the 5-year plan or adding a 5-year plan with the concept of maybe accelerating into next year's budget. And then I'm happy, in my day job to help marshal this, look, further than just this and getting a budgetary quote, which I got Josh and Alternative Power. I mean, he put it out to bid, etc. But this is probably the order of magnitude of the expense, somewhere 30-35K, to one, have all of the electricity consumption of the community center be offset with solar, and 2, have that solar available to recharge batteries in the case of an extended outage. Meanwhile, you've got 13.5 kilowatt hours of built-in backup power, less the solar recharge if it was a multi-day outage.
I think considering that the building is pre-wired for it, that, there is going to be an emphasis on resiliency around climate. I would certainly support adding it to the 5-year plan. I need to ponder some more and maybe see the bottom line where we end up after we're kind of through getting closer to the end of this process about whether we budget for it in 2023. But, I think it's an interesting concept where, again, Ridgway can be a leader in our greater Ouray County community, that we're considering, an option like this. What might the county consider? What might the city consider in a similar vein for residents?
Would this strictly be stored in your power wall, or would there be a grid tie where they could actually sell the power as well?
Could be, yeah. So it could be used to do that. It could be used to be dispatched, like a plug-in hybrid. San Miguel Power currently doesn't have a policy to compensate for that dispatch power, because frankly, it's more valuable coming out of the battery bank, because the battery bank is not 100% efficient, so there's losses associated with it. But yes, this load would not be eligible, this account, for a demand charge because it's too small. So there's not any there's no additional incentive dispatch other than just using your daily solar energy. But you get, right now with net metering, you get full retail credit for that anyway, without having to use the battery bank. So the battery bank would primarily be used for backup, but it could be used for something down the line. For example, San Miguel Power is investigating time of use rates, where that excess energy produced by the solar is going to be producing energy every day when there's hardly any load, and that credit goes to the bill. But if we go to a time of use rate, the value of that energy in the day is going to be much less than the value of the energy you're going to buy at night, in which case it would make sense to put that power through the battery bank, send it back to the grid at night, and get much higher credit for it than just sending it into the grid during the day. So the system has those future advanced feature capabilities. Okay. So it would be
So that would be
basically
something
the
that
future.
could-
Yeah.
Doing it
improves
for
the community center.
I think for practical purposes, especially because it is pre-wired for it, I think we should get it on the 5-year plan, no matter what. I think the other side to exploring this is I've been looking at some of the resiliency stuff, mobile units as well. And so to leave the door open for conversations with the county and the Ouray municipality to have those mobile units that can be, moved from place to place as well as needed.
Costs, power supplies. So
Yeah.
effectively, this is a renewable backup generator. That's what it boils down to. By the way, I got them to wire it for a generator as well. So, we could add a generator in addition to this. So this could be step one. Later, if we determine a greater need, if we need more power than what this small system is capable of, it was wired for a generator. The generator could interface to this and be another source of recharge to the battery. So it's a very flexible platform design.
That's what I do with my small unit on my tiny house.
I have the
Gen
same
backup
system in my
for it
house,
as well.
but not the Tesla, a different version of it.
Plugs right in.
So that's why I brought it up, because this is consistent with one of the line items in.
So we actually, so we've got space on the roof for the panels. We have space dedicated somewhere for the power wall.
Yes, I got them, the power wall will go in the utility, it could, if you, it's a sexy thing, and Pam's not here to talk about it. She has the system in her house now,
Right,
and she loves it.
yeah.
And it puts out this cool glow, it's kind of a sexy little thing. It could be installed in the community center itself, or it could be put in the utility.
And what's
It's
the,
only sexy for old male nerds, but
what's the
Everybody
life,
has their thing.
life expectancy of something like this?
Sorry, what?
The life expectancy on something like this?
Well, the panels are 25, 30 years. The Tesla, I think, has a 10-year warranty on it. And that's based on some assumption of regular use and would likely go along with that.
Okay.
And then it's just a matter of replacing the batteries inside of it.
Right, and I guess the other question on that would be, I heard an interesting story from an insurance person that was building. 6-year-old Tesla is hard to get repaired because those parts are vintage now.
Right.
And so
And
I
I'm
just want to
using,
make sure we're not getting ourselves.
when I'm using
into-
Tesla here as an example, because that's what's currently available. Josh at Alternative Power, he is the regional distributor, only distributor of the Tesla Powerwell.
Okay.
He also has 3 or 4 other products that are similar to different brands. So
I just making sure we're not paying ourselves into the
Right.
box.
It's obsolescent.
Or when Elon Musk gets fancier Tesla, just.
So is there a consensus to add, space to create resilience, 3.2 kilowatt solar array installation for $37,000, give or take conservatively, somewhere on the 5-year.
Yes.
Yes.
How about that?
I'll bet.
Yep.
Yep.
2023, or just a 5-year plan?
For the 5-year plan,
I'm gonna go with what Ben said earlier, and when we get closer to the end of the process, talk about it for next year.
but I think putting it in the 5-year plan lets us, if there's a crazy, amazing grant opportunity that comes our way, that makes it a little. Just.
Yeah, and that is the key, is that there's a crazy grant. It sounds like from Terry's spin, it's there now.
yeah, I mean,
Like Pat, you said
Straight while
Patrick's
the
got
iron's
money
hot.
right
Yeah.
now.
DOLA has funding to do this right now. We just need somebody to apply for it.
And I do think this is a perfect opportunity to walk our talk. And is a demonstrative unit as well. Right, with the core there.
And I think the sky's the limit for that space in that building, for the community center, not just physically, but for what it means to the community.
Yeah, and I love this resiliency idea for it, because it's not just the fun space, it's not just the space we're renting. It's
Right.
here for the community when it is.
Service, community service.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
How about a testimonial from the Tesla Powerwall? Or-
What?
So you missed it, I'm proposing you go back a couple slides.
Oh,
We turn
sorry,
community
I
center
missed
into
it.
a resilience hub, essentially, and
We've heard the word sexy used 5 or 7 times.
I know who said it. Okay, so,
you have limited experience, yours, it was just installed the other day. Right?
right, I don't even know how to use it, but it's beautiful.
See?
It's very.
yes,
Yeah.
Mhm, it-
beautiful, not sexy. It's beautiful.
Yes, it looks very modern, it's very small, white, beautiful glass, really cool green light, and
These are
it said
synonyms.
Tesla on it. I don't know. Not what I.
Say the men in the road, shake us. They're all very
Being
different.
recorded.
Hey, Liz.
I'm already on record as making a face.
So just to recap, thank you very much, by the way. There's consensus to add space to create resilience hub, 3.2 kilowatt solar array installation for about $37,000, somewhere on the 5-year plan. We'll reevaluate as we go, but at least we'll get it on the plan. Terry has more, but why don't we get some lunch?
Yes, while it's still warm.
Rich as well.
Lay out, this same page of
And just to be clear, that Blaze comment earlier, that was the first budget. That's years ago that I was.
Oh, come on, yeah, just try.
20 minutes of this one so far.
Thank you, Pam. It's fine. No, I'm good. Okay.
Sports ball. I've always wondered what was in that room. Thank you for opening that door.
You've never been looked at me.
Never.
I've never looked at you.
It was just kind of like, not for me.
Can't eat fries anymore. No,
Mickey, some yucca fries.
How did you come to the realization?
it's a funny story. I have a new doctor. And she was looking at my blood work. I've been low on ferritin for a long time. Sort of scratched her chin at that. I was giving her family medical history and told her that an older daughter who's diagnosed with celiac just a couple of years ago. And she said, you need to get tested. Put me on some ferritin. A couple other things. She said, get some blood work done in a couple months and ask for a celiac test as well. And I tested positive. She said it's not common, not uncommon for people to be celiac and not have strong, serious issues that a lot of people have.
Do they anticipate it would progress if you didn't attend, if you didn't cut it off?
I don't really know. I haven't read up enough and I actually haven't met with her. I've only touched her on the phone since she got my work back. Meet with her next week or the week after, but.
Spencer and Katie were working all by themselves.
Really? I mean, so.
He was cooking and she was in the front.
It's not a
I haven't seen that since they were in the trailer.
No, I'm actually. There's, it's every time I think there's something I won't have anymore.
No,
I think it's worth it if I'm gonna do that. Not that I can do it, the main thing that's.
I had a bunch of friends in town.
There's a good from the boys working on that and what's on the side. Could actually my nutrition. No, I mean, that would.
I was at Lazy Dog last night watching
That would be.
baseball and it was,
And
the dining room was never, or you people in the dining room there, but
way, I was definitely healthier. because-
I waved at you, I don't think you saw me.
They really pulled it off last night. I haven't noticed that. I haven't noticed that. I just.
Being down by more than 5 runs in a World Series game, 500,
Yeah.
in 20 or something.
Even early on, Main Street, we're in town, we went out for dinner at the Lazy Dog and they served us some onion rings and they just looked too good. I ate it without it. Later I went, I was supposed to.
How's it feeling? I was getting there. At least didn't send you into some.
As far as across the street or the road. I think we done.
You can drive on it.
Thanks for bringing it up. Well, I mean, there's still some barrels in the original. I said, I said,
No, I don't.
no, Terry keeps talking about them. I said, I got them for you. And that's why they just.
it was earlier.
Pam, how did you get all the Costco stuff?
Costco,
Yeah, they delivered.
Apparently when they put concrete down, they did it.
From Denver?
Costco, he delivers, yeah.
Is it over that same bag?
Uh-huh.
And then they had to come back.
I heard somebody tell me that they discovered that he was not conforming. It's really. Oh, wow.
The Dalton's prices are the same. It's always been.
Agent Orange.
That's one of the things I miss living on the.
She's very citrusy. Down up and down the street.
So when they're saying Costco delivery though, Polly, it's a private guy who goes up to buy it and then delivers it. Well, he does it through Costco. Oh, he does it through Costco. Oh, yeah. I've never actually done it because I'm like, you can't just walk in there. Yeah, no, he does it through Costco.
So, and it's totally legit.
Mhm.
Who was it that was telling me that they thought it was sort of.
I've used him for years.
I think.
He's a crazy guy. Drives up there every week.
It's pure water line, right? Installed, operational. Good. Did you let the little dingo thing or whatever? Yeah, good.
Knock that thing out.
Just stand behind.
Yeah.
And Nick and I have the.
I'm really happy.
John, there's a crowd.
You didn't want to.
Refrigerator left over. And the salad dressing.
Wasn't a fun project.
That was a good challenge.
There's better ways to spend an afternoon together. So that's-
Same picture that I did in the same color. And so we kept like just picking up.
Yeah, that looks
pictures,
good.
pictures,
It's a
like,
life.
dumb, like I'm getting a
Good.
case.
And I mean, it
Well
doesn't
worth
really
it.
matter, but when you're trying to like look at your email and then you open, or you like open the computer, you're like, this is not email. This is not what I want. But I want mine first.
Your computer before that. You get the name.
Thank you, Pam.
I didn't do anything, but we went
Get up
from.
for it.
Yeah, thank you.
You hooked us up as part of the wellness program.
I did bump into Drake yesterday in Montrose and chatted with him a bit about the Bonton thing. And did he confirm it? He did. He's a little bit more pessimistic, but Jane, his wife is much more optimistic that it's, she's thinking 95%. Moving forward. So it was one of those opportunities and situations where he had always was going to only be the best case scenario that he would kind of go along with it. And it's kind of lining up to be that way. So we might see a little activity over there.
Drake was pessimistic.
Imagine that.
I'm shocked.
And somebody told me recently they thought that they had to buy it, they wouldn't lease it.
He's going to carry the load.
Wow.
And afford it. So he thinks highly enough of, it's Chris and
Taryn.
Chris and Taryn, yeah, that he, and that's what I meant by the best case scenario in terms of things to cooperate moving forward with them, to do something with that space, which is pretty cool. So it's supposed to lock their leaves at the non-conservation. Yeah, correct.
I heard that the Bonton entity, that St. Elmo basically owns the name.
Yeah.
Apparently they can't take their recipes with them, but I'm like,
How do you?
fettuccine Alfredo is fettuccine Alfredo. Maybe can't call it the Kitty Calhoun version.
It's a shrimp scampi, man, like.
But all their recipes have these silly names appended to them, but big deal, right? But it can't be called the Bonton.
Can it be called the Bonnie Tommy?
Can be called Don Bon. Would you eat there? Would you eat there?
Oh,
Well, you know, Wayne Champo was an offshoot of the Bonton, that's why.
Oh.
I didn't know that was an option.
That makes sense.
Just similar.
So we just need to find out, good times in Russian or something. Call it that. Maybe not Russian.
Russian proper right now.
When,
In this country?
when the Wayne Campo started, they were in the Western Hotel. In the big room in the front. Was a potbelly stove. That was it, heating the whole thing. Oh my God, it was so cold in there, but the food was so good.
We had our own table in the back, sort of
Next to the potbelly.
way in the back corner, and there were times where you go in there and they had pendant like pictures throughout. And there'd be water dripping down the pendant.
Oh.
Had my 40th birthday party in there.
We were so excited to get that restaurant.
What's
Oh my
the
gosh.
status of the Western renovation?
Oh my gosh, it's behind what they thought, but I think they're saying December, January now. Somebody talked about it at that thing we were at, Preston, the CML
We're supposed to.
regional thing. You guys were there too.
Yeah.
Seemed like I mentioned, they were originally saying October, November, but now they're saying maybe December, January. Have you been in it?
No.
It's incredible. It's gonna be really,
I mean,
Ray's not gonna know what hit him. It's like so upscale.
It's like.
That's,
so
I
cool.
Never really.
It's in the garage. I mean, it's in the back.
Yeah.
years ago, I was bringing in students from Paonia, from the vision program up for an avalanche class. And we got stuck with the mountain closed and there was no place to stay. And it was super cold, super snowy, and had all these kids with my buddy Chuck there. And so we went there and it turned out that they were able to get us in there, get us all set up. But they had no way to charge us. And so we ended up like staying in there. We had the free for all for the whole place, for all the kids.
Oh, wow.
We never ended up paying. Because they just.
Are you
they
talking
never-
Western?
Mhm. Yep,
When was this?
early 2000s. The vision program. We used to do a program every year, take everybody up big snow caves and stay in them. And get somebody from Silverton Islands come up and, or Jerry Roberts or somebody else, or Annie, when she was just starting out. And teaching to today. But yeah, we got stranded and ended up in there and we had the whole place to ourselves.
So Pam, I ran into Patrick. um, Irish.
O'Leary?
Yeah, right here. And in front of the boy. And he said, he started to point out, he says, "Not that space you create, that's the lights, right?" He goes, "Yeah,
They're so bad.
I know."
The lights,
They're so bad.
yeah, I'm gonna talk to them about that. They don't, I don't understand how they passed our lighting. There's what,
They shone into the windows. They're compliant, right?
no, the water, the light's not supposed to go up the property. I mean, like if I had a bedroom across the street from that building, it would light up my bedroom.
The ones on the backside are bad too.
No, the one, well, I don't.
Both the front and the back.
I'm talking about the ones above the community space and above the main entrance. There's white, long sort of.
White, bright.
I think it's probably.
I was
LED.
running at night the other night.
They need to.
Thank you, because I was abstaining from being a NIMBY, so thanks for piping.
Yep, I'm glad someone else said it, because I didn't want to be that person.
What? Everybody's talking about it.
The
Everybody
exterior
talks
lights
about it.
it's supposed to create at the entrances, I think it's the entrance lights, because there's one on the backside too. I was coming in Charles at night and I was like, whoa, that is really bright.
We need to worry about like the panels that are going up. There's missing panels, we're all yellow.
It's funny, the architect for them must like those because they're on all their projects. They use those. Every project.
I mean, I thought they were temporary when
But they,
first went out.
they aren't doing them in dark sky locations.
Well,
Is it?
except for here.
Well, but, and like Preston said, I am sure they meet the code. The fact is, but not the intent. They're just. And it's like that, and that porch that comes off that they're under, it's pretty high. So it's not like, yes, they're directed down, but your visual laterally to them from a long ways away is pretty direct.
I don't see how they're not directed down.
Well, because they're directed down because they're underneath the ergo, the porch is supposed to, but it doesn't.
You can do more to direct.
Probably,
Because it's underneath.
yeah, it's pretty.
Shielded from above.
They're-
have horizontal white.
Oh, they are, it's like I said, it's all the way around.
Blind to, right?
Is there, curious, is staff in communication with them about that? Because
Yeah, I was with them a lot about that and worked with them on the timer system. Now they're supposed to go on 9:30 or 10, and
I was gonna ask, but
go off it. That was a big conversation, big back and forth with Matt Meyer and Brian Kale. And Andrew.
I noticed them, I had a breakfast meeting at Kate's. And it was 7:30, I pulled up at 7:30.
The fact is though that the lights should be on at 8 o'clock at night when I was running the other night. And they are glaring. And I think that's Patrick O'Leary's point. It's not that. When are they on, when are they not on? That's a separate issue from. And also, I don't like how they're like at weird angles. It looks
Yeah.
like they just got like thrown up.
Yeah, it looked like.
That's a design problem,
that's an aesthetic that they really like. They do that in all their projects that themselves.
but the glaring is not, it's not where it's at.
It's like I wanted to play heavy metal music.
I can go gel on. Gel's on.
It is interesting though with our dark skies, how much you notice like weird bright lights as you're around town. You're like, what is that?
No, Preston, I haven't seen that light on since that one, except for that one night. There was a light on at the FIC building over at the triangle thing. And it was like shining directly into our windows and I was like, that is not dark sky approved. Thank you so much. Like,
So is it construction trailer light?
sorry.
Construction trailer light?
Yeah, it was a tractor trailer light. It was on the outside and I think it was on a timer, but like it was raining that night and the cars going down the highway was like flipping on the motion sensor and I was like, and Nick was even like, no. Fleet mellow cells. You got it. You gotta stop that. Stop. It was one night and then I was like, Preston, no. He was like, you sure it was on? Sure it was on.
Hasn't happened since, right?
No, hasn't happened since. And that's fixed it for us.
So I'm really curious that you're feeling, Preston, is that those lights meet the town dark sky ordinance when they so clearly shine off the property.
I haven't about.
Got you. Gosh. I made it. Well, I guess.
Well, it's Mike Mills.
Or I say just come out to my house for dusk and cocktail.
Michigan.
They shine at your house?
Now.
Oh, yeah, 'cause now that they've cleared out.
Cleared out, you know, the staging ground, but it's right.
It's bright.
Yeah, Mike, talked with Matt Meyer, Brian on, got specs for the lighting fixtures. That was the last point that I was involved in. All talking with Mike and saying that they were compliant, but we take a look back. I don't want to sit here and say, yeah. They may not be, I don't know.
Well, I
It sounds like more needs to be done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just, it's like. I mean, I would say at this point, it would be, I would happily approach it as a citizen if we can't do anything, because it's like, hey, what can we be done here? Cause this is just
Seems like
a bad vibe.
Approach it with BB guns.
Now, that's last resort.
So that's actually done by somebody else in this town.
You know me by now.
The first time the other day, I rode my bike home and saw that the staging area had been cleared. The fences were down. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Actually, I joked to Preston that I was considering a graft, but I was talking to Brian Kale about it, and there's, he said, what he's gonna grade, clean up, and everything. And I said, well, what are you doing with all that road base there? He said, it's going into a landfill. I said, well, ever since early, before I started building my place, I had conflict with Jen over what we got the sidewalk in front of my house, but I ended up just finally, she said she couldn't tell me one way or another what to do with it, not because the town at some point needs to put a sidewalk up there, but, and so I could never get an answer. So finally, when I had big machinery there, I went ahead with my dump, tore it out. So I tore it out and Mike didn't like that. So I packed it back in with, like, didn't get the grade right. So fast forward to now, I asked Preston asked Mike, can I get the leftover road base from the staging ground there and put it in? Brian's like, I'll do everything. I'll get it all level for you. I was like, I don't want anybody to think this is like special favors to town council folk or something, but Mike said, do it. Right.
I found TikTok, I found a town
Municipal
TikTok,
TikTok?
municipal TikToks.
We don't live there.
I want to live on municipal.
You know where we're at? Short-term rental licenses. Any available or is there?
Yeah, there's some available. I know better. There's probably like 43 active licenses.
Short term?
I know it's stupid, but
There's 7 left.
Well, of course, it's Minneapolis.
I just happen to know. Recent property purchase by tell you, I know there's a full intention of
Pretty
using
large movement.
properties and the RVO.
Oh, yeah, that's been happening all along.
it's super exciting, and I'm not like super.
I'm just
but
curious as to where we stand on
It's a great.
it, so that I can encourage and push them
It
to
is a
go
great way.
property out rather than. Out the window.
Like, It's so dumb, but like, it's the Sanderson sisters.
I can see.
And then-
somebody having fun. Yeah. It's close. Oh my goodness.
Oh, good, yeah. That's got, I mean, it's a great option, as long as it's.
Yeah, will it offset so they can flag, you know, I keep my plates open for
And in
conditioning,
Minneapolis, so
stuff like that, and that's garage, that's stuff that donation.
I would say to, I don't know.
It's very good. Yeah, it's fun last. I mean, I can see.
Well,
people around
especially-
here having fun, but
Especially the big city that we talk about trying to youth involved.
Available, so it's.
We use it kind of part,
And how could you that? Trend,
Morning.
yeah, see, I don't want to do some of those stupid dances.
Feel like
That's good. Rolled in.
I'm green screen the crap out of it.
That's. Do you have any questions? on
Yeah,
that?
yeah, that's, there's my input.
Process, or tell you that it was licenses.
We're Instagram, yes.
You know, I'm supportive of everybody's taking advantage of good opportunities up to a certain point. But, I hate to see just milking the town and our community. But we have enough of.
People have been buying houses that have short-term rental licenses in it and just keeping them.
Yeah.
And keep, and, yeah.
you know who's ever calling?
Because they're transferable.
Say again.
Jump call with the marshal's office?
No, because there's.
Don't call, yeah.
Everybody had to, anyone, that's one. Somebody acquired, 5 or 6 one station. The office.
It was?
It wasn't so much intimidation, but it was just people hanging out. They all pulled up in a big pickup truck, jumped out of the pickup truck and rode their bicycles around in circles.
That's sad.
When?
Did you, I heard,
Last night, when I was there last night.
that's great. I heard it from,
But what time?
when I got home from the sheriff, a message was sent to Ashley to pass on to me to just ask her out if anybody had heard anything or seen anything.
I was there at 7. I dropped off my ballot.
Maybe, so maybe it was more in the afternoon. Did you see anything different or weird or anything?
No.
No.
Look at Jeff, I mean, was it on Thursday that federal judge said that it was legal to patrol?
Yep.
Absolutely. If I would have seen it, I would have called the cops.
Yeah.
To, yeah, stop somebody from a bullet.
Well, no,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not that you're stopping, you're just intimidating.
Yeah.
But, and she still voted and she smiled politely and waved at everybody there, but it was still, you know, I mean, I'm watching you vote. It's an odd situation. I've never interacted with anybody other than, hey, what's up? You know, at the board station.
That stuff is so toxic. We've taken in for years. We had this coal mine crowd movement and all the kids of coal miners and of that camp going around to businesses asking them about coal mine crowd sticker. And even though, you know, the businesses didn't necessarily want to say one way or another, it became a thing and it became super divisive. And they knew the fall. Avoid certain businesses by community. And I'm not just talking like, if people read of it, yeah, really, it just ended up, it dug the line in the sand. You know? Yeah.
For a normal mom and pop cafe, serves breakfast.
Yeah.
Cheese.
Oh, yeah. It's expensive. And then, yeah, of course, yesterday with.
Yeah.
losing.
That was insane. What did I miss yesterday?
Somebody went,
guy
got
broke
her
his head.
husband in the head with a hammer and broke his skull. And
And
their
with
house-
his husband,
Oh, my God.
82 years old. And the guy came in saying, "Where's Nancy?"
And they was trying to tie him up, waiting for Nancy to come.
I'm like,
I can go.
That's not the word I would use, but
Mine usually ends with
Need a bit more.
a fire truck.
we reconvene at 1 p.m.
Yeah, I think John's on his way back. I don't know. Pam will be in here. I think we'll just get started again.
Those are good chips. Those potato chips. And
Kirkland,
gluten-free,
baby.
That's kind of.
I like Costco.
Family size.
Those are Costco. Those are Kirkland brand kettle chips.
I think you have to shop at Costco.
Kirkland.
We got a Costco membership just for the sole purpose of hearing aids and tests and stuff. And so if anybody has ever experiences hearing loss, it is worth the membership for the hearing tests and discounts and options that they have. Save you thousands. You have to go to TJ to get it. You gotta go to
Gypsum.
Gypsum.
It's far.
This is
That's the closest one.
Costco.
they basically said never injunction based on their formulas because gypsum's too close.
Which is weird because they have like 3 in Denver and like
To have analytics about how many people they have to serve and based on like last 3 Costco studies, they basically have been like, you're not getting one injunction. Gypsum's too.
Ridgway,
What's that?
Ridgway, maybe.
Yeah, that'll go over well.
Can we discuss the budget on toilet paper? Based upon what's in the hall there? Really?
Do we need more spending on fiber?
For all the restrooms in the parks too, or like
What's that?
the park restrooms too.
That is,
Yeah.
that is nothing. You, yeah. Because we supply it to all the bathrooms and all the facilities,
Yeah, we
and
go through.
you wouldn't believe how many dog food pickup bags we buy.
I didn't realize it's such a lady.
It's like, I was making money.
I don't mean to sound like a dad, but we all know you have mailboxes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That's a good reminder. Thank you.
You know how often I check my actual mail?
You were, though.
I'm here. Last budget, I think.
Yeah, you don't get that shows up. You don't get that much in there.
Like year-old stuff.
Okay, can we get started again?
Yeah. Have we been on record this whole time? I can't imagine. what-
Seriously?
I mean, don't send anything bad. How do you?
Okay.
I was wondering that.
Wait, I mean,
Yeah, let me guess, we were talking.
and this is. Terry, we're still on general fund. If you want to just take a couple minutes to finish up your.
Yeah, let's go to the first slide. Just get through that. Where it comes back. I get our school.
But we have about an hour left, so.
Well, thank you.
That-
Just go to the very first slide, because this is truly unlike the first issue. This is more the out of the box thing. This next issue, I just want to introduce to you is something that I want to get a general nod to continue to explore. And it's come up before. Go ahead. Comes through. Is the idea of a town of Ridgway community solar garden. Community solar gardens, just a little background, SMPA has 3 of them currently. They're all, well, 2 of the 3 are available to the entire membership of SMPA. One of them is for income qualified only, so it's for people that go through our income IQ weatherization program. There's no precedent for having one exclusive to a community, but I'm beginning to sow those seeds within SMPA. So I'm going to present this in that context, and should the town be interested in pursuing this, I think I've created momentum to create a mechanism most possible. The idea would be an exclusive community solar garden for the town of Ridgway on town of Ridgway land. The ideal location, and Preston and I chatted about this, would be the Green Street Park essentially. So this would provide clean solar energy that would power all of the town's facilities, which are currently on Totally Green. The way that works right now is Totally Green uses the RECs from all of our renewable facilities throughout our territory, puts the RECs, the renewable energy credits, into a pool. And then when you're into Totally Green, you're given a percentage or a proportional share of the output of those systems. This one could be dedicated for use by the town for both their existing municipal loads, as well as, you'll see here in a minute, the size of it would enable about twice the output necessary to power all of the facility loads, which could then be used by town residents to achieve the future potential requirement of meeting net zero. So in the case where if we get to the point of requiring net zero for new construction by 2028, whatever, 2030, if that comes to fruition and somebody builds a property and they can't site local solar because of trees or orientation, then they could participate in this community solar garden to satisfy that requirement. The site, as I said, was the Green Street Park, essentially adjacent to the south of what is now the community garden and the community aviary. So it's consistent with this idea of a community garden. This time we'd just be harvesting sunshine and turning it into electricity. Combine that with the idea of agrivoltaics, and we could produce local food underneath the array. The general concept here is thinking outside, walk the talk, consistent with the values prescribed in the master plan. So this is the high level concept. Here are some of the details. So the attributes, what makes a cost-effective community solar garden or large, any sort of a large array, is good southern exposure, flat and cleared land to avoid costly civil works, proximity to a three-phase electric line, or to reduce or minimize interconnection costs, a low to no cost land lease available for the lifetime of the system, typically 25 years, after which the property can be, the lease can be extended, the system can be upgraded, or the land can be reclaimed to its original condition. Clearly requires local community acceptance. It could be visual impact issues, loss of the space currently earmarked for a Green Street Park, and of course participation by the community. Interestingly enough, this space also has an irrigation ditch right next to it that can supply water for the agrivoltaics. I don't know what the access to the water is for the town. We have any water rights to it all.
And it's horrible water.
Yeah.
It would not grow food.
Isn't there wastewater there that comes off the wall?
Yeah, well, that's saline.
It's really runs off.
But the land is so salinous, salty. It's terrible.
There is a pump station right there as well, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure what.
Nobody uses it.
Well,
that's
Yeah, and the pump station is for some part of the town system. I know that Randy always has problems with it because it overflows.
Oh, yeah, some of it goes to Parkside. It's basically something the school and the town tried to do together, and it's a mess.
Going to the next slide real quick. This is I couldn't get this all on one slide. So if you look at the space just south of the aviary, in fact, the aviary is overshadowed by the top picture on the left, approximately an acre there, and there's a 1.04 acres to the south of that. The three-phase line connection is right there at the pump house, three-phase power connection right there. So it's got immediate access to the required electricity without additional interconnect costs. Next slide. I had local company do a straw man design for this, and if you laid out solar panels the way they're shown on the left, some of which either right in his drawing they kind of encroach on the aviary. In fact, they could cover the aviary if that was something that worked for the aviary. To even make it larger, but that particular sketch of the community solar garden is 784 kilowatts, which produces 1.19 gigawatt hours of electricity a year. On the right, I did a quick calculation with my tools at work that the town's current electric usage is 540,000 kilowatt hours, which is less than half of the output of that array, allowing the other half to be used for net zero. This is a sketch of how the production would vary from month to month. Going to the next slide. Bring on the concept of agrivoltaics. Agrivoltaics is combining solar panels with agriculture. Effectively, there's a possibility we could power and feed the community in the same system. Next is a little bit more definition of what agrivoltaics are and the various ways that you could make use of the land. One of which is pollinating plants for the apiary. Another could be opening it up to grazing. Third is actual crop production. And there's all of these various attributes which are hard to read on the slide. We can pass them out later, but the point is that agrivoltaics actually originated in Japan, and there's only 3 or 4 agrivoltaic installations in the US. So if we were to combine a community solar garden with actual, some form of crop production or just wildflowers or grazing, or there's so many different ways to use the land under it that enable that land to be used in a way that it couldn't before. Typically underneath the solar array, the land becomes useless and it erodes and so forth. So this is a way of actually maintaining the value of the land underneath the array. And as I said, in the lower left-hand corner, this could provide our community with multiple benefits, position Ridgway as a national leader in this concept of agrivoltaics. That may be the last slide. So one more, I forget. No, yeah. So this is the concept I just wanted to throw out there. It's something to consider. The key or consideration for us is whether or not the town council and the town would appreciate or allow the use of what had been earmarked as a park. It's in the actual 10-year budget, $2 million. This is actually a revenue generator rather than expense to the town. I'm talking with Preston and he can weigh in on his opinion. The per capita amount of park space we have in the town, probably higher than most communities. I don't know what you have a statistic on that.
Yeah, no, and Grant just walked off, but yeah, we've recognized that over the years per capita, there's a lot of park space. And I know a lot of effort has gone into the community street park planning process. And I do agree that that'd be a perfect spot for a community solar array. So I told Terry, worth conversation with the council, or put in the treat to see if there's any appetite for him, SMPA, town to further explore, evolve the concept.
Especially as we talk about further electrifying our fleet. You mentioned we won't use all of it, but we are looking at potentially increasing.
Front-end loaders, so.
This hasn't been fully vetted, but one quick concept on how this might work is that, like I said, the town currently pays a penny a kilowatt hour to get the credits from other renewable generators so that we can claim that our facilities are totally green. If half that array were used for this purpose and leaves the other half, one way the town could essentially reserve its capacity to make it exclusive is the town pays a penny a kilowatt hour for the remaining capacity until such time as individual residents that are building would then subscribe to totally green, in which case that amount gets subtracted from what the town pays. So basically the town would double what they're paying for a totally green, which isn't very much on an annual basis, in order to make this an exclusive array and then dole out capacity as necessary to those who would use this to satisfy this net zero requirement. So it might be an elegant way to do it. It doesn't require any capitalization from the town. In fact, there could be hopefully low to no lease cost, but some potential revenue. Combine that with agrivoltaics. And if the town managed the agrivoltaics or contracted it out, there could be revenue associated with that that comes into the town as well. So rather than the expense of a park that may or may not be necessary, may or may not get used over there, this could be an actual revenue generator.
This is
In a minimal way.
kind of overwhelming concept, but really cool, Terry, and thank you for bringing it.
The two of these sites, the agrivoltaic sites are in the state of Colorado.
That's right.
And I'm kind of surprised you brought this forward. I think I told you I've already talked to a community garden about it as well. And also I sit with the Farm and Food Alliance, Colorado Farm and Food Alliance. and proposed it as well on the radar.
In many,
And
in
we
many
already
cases,
have pursued grant funding for it as
Yeah.
well.
there's
So-
lots of funding right now for us to go do something like this. Likely SMPA, because now we, SMPA, you being SMPA, we're eligible for that 30%, what used to be a tax credit, it's now a cash upfront payment. We can go to the utility could go develop this. We could go out and use RUS money. We can borrow money below interest, below, regular interest rates to finance this. And then we buy the energy, we SMPA, basically it's like a wholesale rate. But then we just put that energy into the rec pool, which the town is already paying. It might be an elegant way the town to, one, right now you're claiming, we, the town are claiming that we are 100% renewable. We can point to exactly where it comes from. It comes from on town owned property rather than from Uray Hydro or from Bridal Veil or from the Paradox Solar Array, which is what feeds into this rec pool.
The other pilot project for this is with DMEA.
You may just come.
And then we explored the farm that I work with in Paonia. So we already have this in line. We actually have a grad student working on it.
So that's something I'm tasked to find the location for these community solar gardens. We have 2 megawatts of capacity that we want to put into community solar garden. I've explored 9 separate sites in Uray County. None of them quite panned out. This could be.
To keep this budget discussion moving forward, I feel like this is pointing towards a larger discussion around electrification and net zero and where Ridgway can really invest our time and energy. I hate to be the person who proposes additional workshops, but I feel like we have a discussion around what sorts of premiums are we willing to pay for an electric front end loader? This really radical, exciting idea. How much do we want to look at our building code and electrification? I think this is, and every time we have these budget retreats, it's like, it's time, but this is the time we don't have during meetings to talk about these larger visions. So I think what I'm saying is this is really exciting.
Well, and to be clear,
5
there's
years, 10 years, whatever, let's get it written down. I'm excited about it, but we're not gonna decide or flesh it out or decide to spend $500,000 today.
There's no budget implications for this whatsoever right now. And in fact, I was hoping to present this to the Sustainability Committee first. If this was just a good forum, we were all collected together to kind of throw the idea out there and kind of get a tacit nod for me to continue exploring this concept. And then to your point, this would require a lot more work than what we're doing right now. It's just, this is an interesting concept that eventually would have some budget implications.
Yeah, so
I've gotten it on.
it doesn't have a lot of budget implications as it relates to CIP right now, but it relates well to the 2023 strategic plan, which I don't think I'm gonna have a whole lot of time to discuss here today, but what Terry's looking for is like a general nod or a thumbs down or what have you on further exploring the concept, honing in and coming back to council at a later time.
In particular, thought to giving up the concept of the Green Street Park, and that's probably the most material question mark around this.
It is on the agenda for the Sustainability Advisory Board this next Wednesday.
Right, so I'll be presenting this.
Have you looked at the undeveloped portion of the athletic park?
I've always eyeballed that as well. There's not a clear, I've got to go explore whether the 3-phase connection is close by. I don't think there is. There may be, but
There might be one of the county
lift
roads.
station.
To the west of the elementary school and form some sort of partnership with the school.
Lots of possibilities. This is just one that Preston and I, when we were jawboning on the idea, he said, what about the Green Street Park? So it's a great idea and laid it out just to see if it.
And there are so many community open spaces designated in the, and I know it's not town property, and I know it's controlled by the Ridgway, but it's public, open, green space. So utilizing this area that is wide open, there are fewer trees. That seems like a really.
I don't think we'd have trouble getting community buy-in.
No, I think especially this concept of agrovoltaics, and it's not just gonna be what you see when you drive by Delta.
Right.
Yeah. But you know, that's exactly what people envision. I think this really,
Multi-use project.
Yeah. it's very cool.
And then could you go to my very last slide? Because these are just things I want to inject for budget purposes. Is and I wrote this at 11:30 last night, so I got Heritage Park confused with Harlow Park. But in my strolling around, has nothing to do with the last issue. My strolling around the park with my dog, I've noticed there's a number of things I would like to see spruced up. You know, the pavilions or the gazebo itself is extremely weathered. That sign, it's right on the south side of the park. You can hardly read it when you're in front of it because the sun has degraded the acrylic or whatever covers it. And of course, the stage has seen a fair amount of weathering over the years. I'm thinking, I don't know where this fits into the budget talks. It may just be a maintenance issue. Maybe we get together as town council and we do a staining party on the gazebo and the stage. But I think, you know, as I say here, Hartwell Park is kind of the gem of Ridgway, and I think it's time to maybe polish the gem a little bit.
Yeah, that sign isn't the town's, that's state.
State.
Yeah, it's the state historic fund or whatever. We have an agreement with them to let them have it on our property, but it's not ours to maintain. And I believe the stage got stained last year.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the 2020 things that we said. Yeah, we could defer this, but it's really important we not defer things
It got
that
done.
we're gonna
We can't
do.
take wood to begin with, so it's gonna always look. I think it's been,
I just noticed some portion, this picture didn't do it justice. I have others where that one side is much more weathered than the rest. Some
gets more sun.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I have.
Terry, thanks, Terry. Thanks for all of that.
and Preston, just because you're taking notes and there's been an email thread back and forth about highway signage. You know, the entrance to sign Austin brought up, and then we've been communicating with the CDOT guy about that. I just noticed a lot of the signs that are just basically like there's one to be on the river bridge. A lot of those signs are really showing their age, and they should be kind of in the CDOT maintains and replaces without us having to have anything to do with that. So
Yeah, we can prod them on that.
add that to the
Little subdivision signs, I think, and highlighted those, we'll get those upgraded. Hopefully with the town logo, but the town, anything with a logo requires the jurisdiction to pay for, so that's why we budget.
Yeah, that's no problem. But just I've noticed there's probably a half dozen signs either coming into town or along the highway in town near the river bridge. They're just starting to really show their age along the same lines.
Kind of piggybacking on that, I know it's been spoken about before, but the Ridgway Town Council adopting a highway sign.
That's supposed to be coming. That,
Yeah.
we heard that
They'll
they're,
install it.
it's been built and it's on its way.
Thank you.
Printed.
The President, I sent you an email. It's nothing to do with budget, but if you're interested, I went and did the quick data research on the performance of the solar system at the restaurant. It's kicking butt. The data is really fun to see. And so whenever it's appropriate, I can present that either at the sustainability committee. If you guys want to see it, it's like I had 3 little clips of the data that just show how that system is performing and how it's eating all the load, and how the load from the heaters in there is now coming on. It's kind of fun to see, but it's not necessarily a budget issue.
Cool. Did you just send that
I
today?
sent it this morning. I sent it,
Okay.
built the email. I was sitting here.
What else we're still in the 5-year general fund. Anything else?
I was gonna throw in, I'll go on the heels of the stage stuff, but specifically about improving the electrification system on the stage itself. We've been wrestling with that during music for years. I mean, granted, we got power to the stage now, which is great, but it's just not enough.
Not enough amps.
Not enough amps, like, you know, that last show last year, those guys added with those Motley added in the additional sound system, and it blew out our lighting system. It kept tripping. It was a very frustrating day. And it's happened redundantly over and over. There's a lot of GFIs in there that keep blowing. So yeah, and if we want to improve the acoustics on the stage before we do anything, we have to improve the electrification system there as well.
Okay.
And so I'm just trying to figure out how to allocate money to budget for that as well. And then one other small thing to add in while we're talking about the stage is gutters for this east side. Because it drains right onto the ramp whenever it
I
rains.
noticed that yesterday was just.
And pours off. And so when you're moving equipment up and down, just a couple simple gutters up on there, small cost. Get that taken care of. And the other thing I thought of on there, but on a deeper wish list would be some solar tubes popping through the ceiling onto the stage itself. Just to give it a little bit more illumination for different times of the day. These are a small project. You know what a solar tube is?
Yeah.
Like a skylight.
Require cutting through the roof.
Yeah, it cuts through the roof, but it's just tubeless. I've done it by.
Those things are cool.
It was 12 inches of diameter.
Yeah, you can get them different diameters, yeah.
So the,
It was just a way to use daylight, to help, when it's super shadowed in there, which wouldn't mean not having to turn on any lights. Because when there are people using the stage for different events on whatever mornings, we don't allow them to use the existing lights that are up there.
And what's it called? Solo tubes?
Yeah, they're just a few, you put them into like a bathroom that has, or anywhere in the house that doesn't have.
Like a cylindrical skylight.
Yes.
so yeah, like gutters sound like that should just happen.
Yeah,
It's not
That
that,
would need to be on the capital improvement.
that doesn't need a
Okay.
capital improvement. I'd say the
And
electrical.
the electrical panel doesn't either. I already had somebody talk to me about that and told me the price on that. I mean, it could be worked right into the
Yeah,
parks budget.
I would not have, but yeah, I think I told you privately, yeah, I wouldn't go on that guy's lead. He's the guy who did the stage on this last year, and I've worked out his other stages and they all suck. And I would look at the solar panels on there too. Fully solar powered music system. PA system. And there's lots of grants for that. We can grow vegetables too.
We just have to go to freeze down or apart.
Nope.
Weather, we talked about cottonwood lifespans. Been a wide ranging day.
Rein this back in, Preston.
Yeah, as it relates to CIP, anything else for general fund before we move to water? Those are all good ideas. We have them written down. I think a large majority is fit into maintenance and repair stuff next year. We'll discuss it. Water funds, Pam, you wanna take us through?
Okay, water fund, everything that's highlighted is everything we already discussed within the budget. That's the GAC, which we're putting in at 400,000, offsetting it by a DOLA grant and the monies received from the federal relief funds. The water meter at the water treatment plant, which you saw on the memo list. Along with the meter replacement plan, which we talked about, we're putting in for 2 years there. And the repair of a flow device at Ridgway Ditch and Lake O is also already worked into the budget and on the memo. And then you'll see this broken in 2 places, replacing a public works fleet vehicle. I've split between the water and sewer funds. Again, that's already in the budget. And then the items that are remaining that we haven't highlighted this year, but council may choose to change is the water utility augmentation, increasing the reliable water supply, a water conservation plan, and the basin protection implementation, a video inspection of the transmission lines extending the water mains downtown, a second river crossing of the lines, increasing the storage east of the Uncompahgre, and a fiber connection to the water treatment plant.
Joanne, what are the water mains downtown that may need to be extended?
It's super old, Joanne.
Oh, I
Austin and I
think it
talked
may-
about it. We weren't even sure what
That's
it's been on there for a long time. Extend water mains downtown as needed.
I think that's, when they did the original water system, they put water lines down every other block. And the blocks in between weren't terribly developed. And so they ran a service line from the east-west street, north or south, to pick up the 1 or 2 buildings. And
Now that there's more. to-
now the blocks have all filled in and we got this spaghetti. And lots of people on long service lines, I think that may be what it was, if it's been on a real long time.
Yeah.
Can I go back to the first item there on the utility augmentation? That's not highlighted, the 750,000 there. Can you give a breakdown of what that?
That's just a placeholder. Right now, I'm not aware of, Joanne can help me, but aware of any water rights that are available for us to explore acquiring. But I mean, it's huge. I mean, hugely important to always keep your eyes and ears open. That's even saying, just to see what's out there, right? So
So would that be an umbrella where you could explore the whole potential piping of Beaver Creek down to Lake O?
that's on the 10-year. That's
It's on the
kind of on the 10-year that's been on there for a while, I think. Right?
Maybe 30 years.
Yeah.
I think the acquiring of water rights.
Bolstering the portfolio supply
Uh,
legally and on paper.
Yeah, augmentation, I thought,
Legally and physical.
I thought augmentation included efficiency as well.
I mean, you could make that case, absolutely.
That's what I was wondering.
Well, that doesn't like, you know, the way this is written, it doesn't increase supply. You're just using what the supply that you have.
Yeah, but if we do pipe that up there, then it increases the volume, it increases our supply, and it increases efficiency of delivery as well.
Yeah.
So that's why I was trying to just.
They're both, yeah, they're both on here.
Just to make sure I understand, this water meter at the treatment plant and the current flow measuring devices, these are the things that came out of that LRA study. This is the finger wagon that they started off with.
I don't remember it.
We've had the water meter on since we put had a couple of years experience with the new plant. The numbers have never worked.
Right.
And so that one's
This
been
will
there.
sort those issues out.
That'll at least tell us how much water we're putting into the system. And
Doesn't part of this also measure what we're actually getting in?
the meter at the plant would be on the downhill side. The ones on County Road 5 and up the Ridgway ditch would tell us what's coming.
Okay, so we already have that, so.
We have flow measuring devices along the ditch. We don't have a way to record them. So all we do is we drive by every now and again and log the number. But we don't have, like, at the lake, we actually have something that reads it every 15 minutes.
Right.
And we don't have that along the ditch.
And it would be good to have that one.
Would that involve a capital purchase of data loggers?
Yeah,
Be able to do
and
that?
yeah, and some way to record it. And, you know, at the plant, we've got it all on a SCADA. I'm not sure we need to do that. You know, we don't really need to be able to look remotely. It might save somebody a trip up Beaver Creek. At least get some kind of a logging device for the phone measuring device.
I think that'd be a good idea. I've still got a lot of concerns even after that study that we actually be able to supply all the people that are wanting to move here right now. And I think actually having the data to know what we've truly got and what's truly making it to us is really key in being able to proceed forward on how we're going to do that.
Yeah.
How we're going to manage that.
Yeah, hugely important. Everything in that LRE study is accounted for somewhere on the 5-year or the 10-year. See the water meter at the water plant, the repair of flow measuring devices, that includes installation of some more that we're just talking about. Some items for 2023, so we can get started on that process. But I understand where you're coming from about the assessment that came out as it relates to Ridgway seems like it happened in place in the place that folks want to be. So we're just going to have to consistently evaluate as we go. But I think we got a good start with the LRE report, but it doesn't end there. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
No, and I just want to make sure we have a really good handle on that kind of stuff. I think it's important to move that forward.
Yeah, I think it should be on the 5-year. I think it should be highlighted in yellow, actually.
In this.
What should be on the
Yeah,
5-year?
yeah.
The 10, what's on the 10-year? for water? So which,
Well, I'm sorry, the stuff's on the 5 years, just not yellow. The, well,
so in the 10-year, there is the,
no, I'm misspoke. There's nothing on the 10-year that needs to move to 5 years. We're talking about
oh, okay.
basically the first two items. And I think it's just the first two items, and it's basically that first one, and it's a big number because it's Preston said it's a sort of a holding item for a lot of different things. It's the things we've been talking about, like improving the measuring devices and making them readily accessible. And improving the diversion structure, any of that stuff, I think needs to be done sooner than later.
I think so. It's in the budget.
So it's already in the budget.
I'm a little lost. So, what are you saying on the 5 that needs to be?
Just that first item and what
The augmentation.
The
Russ was
augmentation.
saying about things that came out of the LRE report that Jennifer Cram has it in her letter that's also in the package, just things that we really should be not putting off in terms of trying to make
Right.
sure that our water supply is well documented and we're staying on top of things.
And all those items in the assessment, all the items that Jennifer called out in the email, I've met with Jennifer like 3 times now. And we talked about all the items that are in yellow and some of the other ones that came out of the assessments. They're all accounted for.
Okay.
Either the 5-year or the 10-year. We need to clarify or re-characterize. We can certainly do that, but I just want everyone to know that we've made an effort to make sure that it's all accounted for here somewhere.
Okay.
So
Well,
did you want to look at the 10-year in relation to the 5-year?
No, I
Okay.
misspoke at the beginning saying that. I think it's just that first item. I think what Preston just said is what I'm looking for, is that's just a really broad item with a $750,000 price tag on it. That needs to be broken out into some things that we can get done relatively quickly. Certainly put them in yellow, some of them if we can, but more go into just exactly all the different puzzle pieces in detail on just that one item. Right?
I'm sorry, I'm still confused. I thought we were talking, that was to buy water sources. Are we talking about the water utility augmentation at 750?
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe it's also the second one too, but it's things like, it's not just buying more water rights. It's making sure that our entire water system from Headgate all the way down to the water treatment plant has the improvements needed, accomplished as soon as possible, most of which were mentioned in the water
So
system.
it
Right, and I
sounds
think
like
that's
we have,
on the 10-year.
Are they?
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to
Okay,
say. Maybe
all
we
right,
should look
my
at the
mistake,
10-year
my mistake.
and now while we're at the 5-year.
That's sure.
Did you send us? the
My mistake.
it's
It's in there.
It's in Dropbox. Because I only got the 5 years.
the next document.
You can. You want to go copy mine? So the 10-year,
Gotcha. I'm sorry. I've been confusing.
yeah, that's okay. So the 10-year has a number of those. Do you need this, Joanne?
I'm looking.
Okay.
I don't see where things like,
I do now, yeah. I mean, I went and printed
Okay.
everything out from the file, but that wasn't there before.
Okay, great.
So, yeah, we've got
But it
the
didn't-
paving, we have,
so things like the improving the equipment that we have, it gives us real-time data on our water,
low measure.
various places along the ditch. Doesn't seem to be mentioned.
That's in the
I thought
5-year and slated for 2023.
Yeah, that's
I
the
thought it
repair
was
of
in the
flow
20.
measuring devices. It's the second to
Repairing
last item.
and installing additional flow measuring devices.
Okay, all right.
Data or not.
Sorry.
I don't know. We'll have to figure it out.
Gotcha. All right.
That's accounted for. And actually, we probably should up that number, I think. I don't know what it's at.
Right.
I should-
I'm obviously.
We have it in. Here.
Yeah, I think we're all speaking the same language. It's just like, just pulling all written it down a certain way and you guys are, it sounds like maybe looking for it to read a different way. So we can change.
No, I don't think, and I was only reading off of the 5-year. That's all I had until now. So,
Sorry, yeah.
So this year we have the scatter repair at Lako, which we already talked about. These are already in the budget. And the flow measuring device at Ridgway Ditch and Lako. So already-
Devices, it's not one device, it's a bunch of.
Oh, okay.
Variety of devices.
Oh, okay. Devices.
And so is there 20 grand appropriate for that?
Probably not for all three.
I think, yeah. You think that's enough for all three of the existing ones?
Right, I don't think it is enough.
Oh, yeah, then we should up it.
Probably more in the 40, 50.
50.
Okay, perfect.
not this blank. Blank check.
It's a blank check.
Yeah. I mean,
Easiest budget retreat I've ever been to.
That's gonna be your quote on paper.
these aren't quite
Is that-
the word.
Joanne said 40 to 50. Should we keep 50?
That's what Tamara.
Okay. Is everyone?
75?
Yeah, I did it earlier.
I'm an absolute.
Sounds good.
What else on the water front?
Sorry for all that confusing.
No, this is great.
Can I ask about the 130,000 for the our fiber connection to the water treatment plant? Just somebody unpack that for me a little bit, why it's so expensive?
It's been on there for a while.
Is that just a physical process of running
It's
up
probably
an
just
line?
has to underground all the way up there.
I think I remember us talking
I
about this
remember this
before.
And is
Because it
there-
cuts through rock and all sorts of, it's not a deep trench or
Isn't
something.
there a way to do a remote
I
system?
was gonna say, I think that there's probably some sort of a dish type solution that, I mean, that's what they're using now. I'm not sure how slow it is.
I was just going through Premier pumps in Denver and looking at all of their remote systems and they're pretty sophisticated and they're a whole lot less than $130,000.
Yeah, that seems like really high.
That number came about when we were doing the broadband.
I think it might have been
Project.
some,
That was the number quoted to us when we were looking at all of those anchor sites.
I think.
And that was-
wasn't for
that-
The plant, it was an anchor.
That
site
was
for
when we-
everybody.
Yeah,
else.
that was the anchor site discussion. I remember that dollar amount.
Okay. I was gonna say, it sounds like something that was taking water fund dollars to make something else work.
So yeah.
So besides being an anchor site, do we need a better link to the water station now?
I don't. but it's-
Are we having trouble with Siemens being able to log in? That's the only reason we would need more capacity.
Not that I'm aware of, but
Yeah.
I would need to check with Chris.
Yeah. Hotchkiss had to upgrade their dish thing to be able to have Paul log in. It wasn't fast enough. But
Speaking of water.
so that may be, but I haven't heard that as a gripe here.
Yeah, neither have I. And again, this was, I never even, I don't think I've ever.
Since that's really,
Or-
since that's really is set up as an anchor site, does that really need to be in the water fund or is that more of a general fund issue? I mean, it sounds like it's not critical at this point. We may need to potentially do something to increase our bandwidth there, but I don't know it's a pressing issue to have an anchor site up there.
You know, the anchor site, whether it's on the general fund or the water fund, it's gonna just be an anchor site. You're right, it probably should be in the general fund. It could sit there in the 10-year, maybe note that it's an anchor site. So
So we
when,
remember.
when 5 years from now, we know it is that. But it's one of those things that as long as we're clear about what sits on that 10-year plan, then we remember that that's an option that if a need for that arises, but as of now,
And that's been a bit of an issue the last couple of years. They're trying to figure out how some of these projects came about or ideas came about.
Well, but that's the institutional knowledge that these three have, and if
Oh,
any
yeah.
of you three are gone, then you're in big trouble. And I just did it with that one. I've only been here for 4 years. I was like, oh, that's the anchor site.
You guys tell me what an anchor site is?
When we did the fiber distribution of our anchor sites, and I don't remember what the actual intent was, but we ran to here and to 2 or 3 other local schools.
School district.
Anchor sites are
Main hub.
Anchor Institute.
Well, no, they're typically governmental entities and schools and libraries. They're important for, hub's not a bad synonym for it, but yeah, just important places that really need to have it before everything else.
I inferred, but I wanted to ask.
Yeah, good clarity question.
This can go up for a lot less than 30,000.
Yeah.
So anything else on the 5-year water?
One thing I do want to know, just real quick before we transition, maybe water, or 5-year water and our plans. We are bolstering our cybersecurity needs at the water treatment plant or proposing to in 2023 in a way that Provelocity hasn't been able to provide for us and frankly can't do it for us. And frankly, they were prepared to drop us as a client if we didn't do anything additional. So we're working with Browns Hill Engineering. I think that's what is it, Browns Hill?
Yeah.
Browns Hill on some additional cybersecurity elements up there so that and it's out of my wheelhouse. They've sent me narratives to better understand exactly what it's going to be, but it's going to definitely be well worth the investment to ensure that we have the IT services through them and their personnel on call at any time of day in the event that something goes down at the water treatment plant. We had an issue like maybe 2 or 3 months ago now, where Provelocity can help us out. We had to go to Browns Hill anyway, which we deal with them a couple things throughout the course of the year. And it took several days because they have to give their clients priority. So this is something that Ryan, our main IT rep with Provelocity, has been clamoring for a while now. So looking forward to it.
And it's in the budget.
It's already working.
Written it into. Okay, 5-year sewer. There are 3 items that we highlighted this year. That's the preliminary needs assessment, which is in the budget under consulting and engineering. There's the other half of the new truck, 25,000 split between water and sewer. And then the reserves that we talked about that we're going to set aside for the treatment plan improvements. Those are the items that we've already placed into the budget this year. And then there's some items here that have just come along through the years. And Joanne, I don't even know if you want them still there, but design and install secondary discharge pipe, the emergency generator at the wastewater plant, the River Park lift station motor, and the fine bubble diffuser system or replacing the aeration system.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we've got sludge removal, and that was what you were asking about today. So I put it into this plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talked. It's in the 5-year. Yeah, it's probably been there for 10. The deal with just extending the pipe is to get it so that it comes in rather than right where it does now, and you have this little green streak. To run it down to the big ditch, where there's a whole lot of water pollution right away. Which would be
culvert that comes in.
the one you walk over to get into Sampa.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I thought you were talking about, but I just.
Yeah.
It's
From
There.
years ago, we called that the big ditch.
the big dip.
That's what we called it. But that was what that one was, and I think the original intent is we were gonna buy pipe and the guys were going to do it. anyway.
Should it stay there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think that'd be a good thing to
At
do.
10,000?
Yeah, that would buy the materials and you guys could do. it. The emergency generator. That might be, if we do the fine bubble diffusing thing, yeah, two below it. That would be a good time to do the generator too, because we'll go get a grant.
Would it be as big of a generator as we have at the water plant now? Can we just install it?
I would probably do it a little differently. They went and did the entire plant. And I would probably do the way, I probably would have done that to just run one train. And I would probably do the same. We'll probably have, with the fine bubble diffuser, we'll probably need a couple of large blowers, and the state requires you have one spare. And I would probably want to size the generator to run one of the blowers. Try to keep the cost down. And then the River Park lift station, I mean, that sounds like maintenance. We may have, that may have come out of the CIP as something we needed to keep in mind, that the pumps were 20 years old now. At the time I did the CIP, and that may be where that came from. And if something goes wrong, Randy just fixes it and sort of shows up.
Sounds like we can take
That went off.
Just out of curiosity to satisfy my own brain. Does the fine bubble diffuser system work in harmony with the charcoal?
No, totally same.
No.
That's water.
One,
Cool, thanks.
the advantage, when I started, the wastewater treatment plant was out of town. It's not out of town anymore. Yeah. And so we have these setbacks, and the setbacks that the state wants us to keep from habitable structures is a function of how you aerate, in part, a function of how you aerate pumps.
Okay.
And right now, we use aerators that we're supposed to have 1,000 feet setback. If we went to subsurface air and weren't spraying water everywhere, it would drop it down to 500. Okay. And so this has been on the horizon. The state is in the process of, in 2027, going to require nutrient removal. And we didn't know of lagoon systems, but it looks like there's going to be an off-ramp for Ridgway. But we've been sort of holding back, trying to figure out what we were going to do, waiting for them to decide. Ridgway has more dilution than Lake City, and Lake City got told they're going to get an off-ramp. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Ridgway is now. So I think we're almost at a place where we could think about just converting the plant. The one thing we need to do before we do that is look at whether the old ponds are worth salvaging or giving them.
Okay. Thank you. That's one of the things that I.
Are we in pretty good standing now with our wastewater? I remember there was an issue where CDP AG came out and was finger wagging at us again.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, that was you recall the ins and outs of that deal?
Pretty much.
Yeah, we're in great standing, then the assessment reporting looks good. We do our quarterly reports until the time they tell us we don't have to do that anymore. Again, that all boiled down to a personnel issue, but since everything's been going well.
Okay, good. And is there anything on the horizon? You were kind of talking about this, that they're going to come in and mandate we have to go mechanical, or?
No, I think the health department, the Water Quality Control Commission originally wanted to exempt lagoons totally, and EPA said no.
Okay.
But they reached an agreement with the commission reached an agreement with EPA about doing this other regulation rather than making it water quality based. And when they did the regulation, they put an off-ramp in where dilution could still be the solution.
Okay.
And so it looks like the two communities I work with that have good dilution are going to get an off-ramp.
Okay.
Meaning won't have to. build a
Well,
mechanical
yeah.
plant.
You are likely going to need to treat ammonia.
Okay. Okay.
And the other advantage of the subsurface air is in the winter, when you're splashing all that water into the air, it cools off pretty fast. But the subsurface air, the compressed air is hot. And so the air you're blowing into the ponds helps warm them as opposed to helping cool them. And to get ammonia out, you need to keep the water warm because those bugs go south.
Okay. Okay.
So the Lena Street Commons is beyond 1,000 feet.
I think it's beyond 500. We've been talking about getting the subsurface
The
air.
reason they did a short section of industrial
That,
zone at the north end of their piece is because it's massive.
And Edwin Werner's place there.
he's not supposed to be living there.
But we've never enforced.
We tried.
Not very.
We got him out for a while.
It's a long story.
But it sometimes pops up on my radar.
Yeah, for a number of reasons, but anyway, everything Joanne was saying, is great news as it relates to price tag, options for the town. I have to build a multi-million-dollar mechanical treatment plant. Hopefully, that's what it's looking like. Stole that word from, Ethan Plum the other night. Right, multi. So that's going back to what I said earlier today. We're in a different boat than ERA currently. We're dealing with a lot. It's unfortunate, and they seem to be fortunate and doing okay. But seems like Ridgway's planned well over the years.
Yeah, and I'm not saying we hadn't been addressing it. I had heard somewhere that I thought that the mandate was coming down on mechanical plants.
Well, for a while, we were like, what's gonna happen? It's gonna happen. Now, well, Joanne, much better than me, is getting some clarity based on conversations and the connection she has. But we still don't know for sure.
We won't know for sure. You never know for sure because they look at the regs every 5 years.
Yeah.
And EPA has a seat at the table.
Yep.
And,
When does our growth exceed parameters that are driving some of these decisions?
we're a long way from the plant when we expanded in 99. Got expanded from 100,000 a day to 200,000 a day. Technically, it's 1.94 because something triggers it 200,000. I didn't want to trigger if we didn't need to, but basically you have a 200,000 gallon a day plant. And in the summer, I haven't looked at the numbers this year, but in summer last year, you were at around 125. One of the things that's happening with everybody's wastewater plant is the plumbing fixtures and the appliances. That most of the growth that happens in the towns is a whole lot more water efficient. So that the amount of flow at the plant isn't increasing in proportion to the number of new units or new people.
So all of our on the books expansion growth is already still well within those parameters.
Yeah, you at 80% capacity, you got to start planning for what you're going to do, and we're not close.
Even what percentage are we at then now?
25 divided by.
Quick question, we're at 2 minutes of 2. Can people stay late? Does anybody have to bolt at 2?
I can't stay forever, but
No,
I don't have to.
I can't either. And I'm sure staff would like to be done too.
Well, I think
60%.
We're close.
We're at 60%.
60.
And that's at peak.
Growth on the books.
Yeah, that's on the high month.
Right. And then just a reminder, Joanne's doing the needs assessment in 2023. that plan. So a lot of good information will come from that.
Right, 10-year. So the 10-year general fund, of course, nothing's highlighted here. This is just items that have been being carried over. So you might just want to take a look at those, but when it comes to parks, they're grouped. So there's our athletic park, all the all the items in the athletic park, and I added the pickleball court. And but we do now have that master plan in the 5 years, so, and that's gonna happen in 2023, so the way we've got it right now. And
One item that stuck out to me, and it goes back to the conversation about all this influx of all this new funding, is this micro hydro construction for the water treatment plant downstream of it. I know there's gonna be funds out there for these kind of things coming up in the next couple of years. I don't know if that suggests that our moved in 5 years.
Based on funding, I would say it could, that's not a bad idea.
okay,
He went to this water fund.
Thanks, I got.
he jumped, yeah,
Sorry.
Jumping the gun.
that's all right. So, yeah, move the micro hydro construction into the 5-year plan.
I'd make a motion for that.
Well, that's okay. I can just do it. All right. So, yep, general fund. But that's all right. We've got 2 items in Heritage Park. We have Green Street Park itself. So just so you know, these items have come up over the years, like based on whatever council it was at the time and whatever they were discussing that year would throw things in here. That's why there's this thing called chip seal or hard surface, all streets throughout the town. And Preston and I were looking at that the other day, Joanne, and we said, that's been like 9.5 million forever. I wonder what Joanne would say today.
Can you imagine if I went to town and said, you know what, guys, we're just gonna do it all?
Good, chip seal.
we probably should just take out that number
No.
altogether and just leave it blank.
Blank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we were
Goes up
talking
and
about
down with the cost of oil.
yeah,
Yeah.
Town farms a dispensary.
right.
I don't remember what the Green Street Park item is. For
That was when the park master plan was done and it was put onto the 10-year. And the 2 million price tag came at that time. I mean, I could just take that dollar amount out all together.
So that's for master planning?
That
they
that
did
was
one.
for the improvements from the master plan that was prepared.
I got you.
Yeah,
All the plantings and various.
yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we've got the drainage at the park and ride lot at the fairgrounds. Install sidewalks throughout town. That's another one Joanne Preston and I went, yeah, that. Joanne probably wouldn't agree with that number either.
Shouldn't we roll the improved drainage of Park and Ride into the Heritage Park project?
Is that?
Yeah, that would be a good place for it.
I don't know
Sure,
whether it needs to,
I can just move it up under Heritage Park.
just for tracking.
Sure.
Well, I think when they do the master plan, that'd be a good thing to look at, is how is it going?
So then we have install sidewalks. The Public Works indoor vehicle storage, which we weren't really sure what that was, Joanne.
I think that goes back to
Greg
Greg
Clifton.
wanting to expand public.
I know, that's what I said to Preston, that's great, Clifton, but I don't know what it means.
So should we just pull that one? Or?
I think so, because the guys have never asked for it, as far as we know. And then there was this public workshop vehicle exhaust ventilation system, do you remember that?
That's probably so that they can work on the vehicles without having the door open
Oh,
in the winter.
It sounds like a safety issue. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Should that be on a 5-year plan? Are you assuming?
It should not be on the 10-year plan.
Well, they just leave the door
by
open. But
Then we have to add sweat.
yes. They just got, yeah, they just got clothing on, so. Then we have the town hall and community center improvements per the assessment plan. And I think that number came out of that assessment plan,
Is that the one SGM did?
that one you loved.
Yeah, the one I thought, yeah.
Yeah. Then we have a dog park, no place to put it, but it's there because many years ago it was talked about.
There was a place
That, yeah, there, and there used to be a dollar amount there at that point.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Then there's the Riverway Trail, which is connecting Montrose to Uray. It's been on there forever. It's still there. Rollins Park, the restoration project and the in-stream improvements. The parking lot north of the library, gateway signage.
It's another one that could be rolled up into the
That's,
Heritage Park plan.
It's the heritage. Park.
you want to move it up there?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's part of it, it's part of the Heritage Park.
I'll just put it underneath there. Okay. Scanning in electronic file management plan, that's for for all the towns. What's that? John?
It's the top of your list.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's why it's on the 10-year. 10 years.
Second.
as long as you know your place.
And then we added a space to create community room solar array, which I believe you just moved it.
We
didn't
just
you?
moved it to 5 year.
Okay, so I'm gonna take that up here. And then I heard moving it's not on here, but I heard earlier, the anchor site for Wi-Fi connection, putting it on here.
Yeah.
So-
I think that's
The
something.
only weird thing that I would consider putting on there would be a pedestrian over/underpass.
Oh, that's, yeah, the triangles.
that Used to be on here.
I'm asking to go look up.
Well, especially with the,
Funding stuff.
well, and with, but the developer is kind of left on that north end, so there's actually a space. that they've already, we talked about that there.
With, yeah, with
Yeah.
triangle.
And I was on another webinar in the last month or so that talked about it.
Did we tally how many times we said grant funding today?
Oh, my God.
I would say 400,820.
All right, so that needs to go in there. Just the Riverway one just triggered something, a couple of things. Preston, maybe just kind of put on your list before I forget. One is, there's a guy named Chip Marlowe who's just. like-
Chip's still around.
I know.
Yeah, he
I
comes
see
in,
him out there.
we see him all the time.
So we're there all the time. He's the man who's almost single-handedly responsible for what exists between town and the Reservoir now. And a lot of the stuff in Montrose. We need to honor that guy before he dies. Quite honestly.
That,
So-
I totally agree with that.
So we need to, like, maybe you could reach out. I keep meaning to reach out to, I know, Barb Bynum isn't the mayor anymore right now in Montrose, but we need to coordinate with them. So, and he's the kind of guy that he does not want to be recognized at all. He'll be totally pissed recognizing him, but he just.
Yeah.
Just like
Even if it's just a plaque is put somewhere,
some,
uh,
yeah, he's amazing.
yeah.
And I've talked to more and more people who were like, how do we make that happen? I mean, they're newcomers, they're deep pocketed newcomers that would love to see some of these connections completed, particularly between the reservoir and further north. So I just think that should definitely, I don't think we need to move it from here, but just a couple of bullet points to keep on the to-do list.
I have another out of the box weird thing. And I don't know if it's on a 10-year plan, I don't know if it's on a 5-year plan. But I'm promoting San Miguel Power because we often have errands to run in town rather than jumping in one of our big gas guzzling SUVs, that we get a small fleet of electric bikes. I don't know how practical that would be for any of town.
We have Lulabelle.
Yeah, we have.
Isabel, that's the
Electric car.
Yeah, right.
Our little electric car.
Anybody but Mike can use that?
Oh, yeah.
I got it originally for the Love Your Valley Fest and concert series. Mike didn't want to use it. He was like, that thing doesn't have any get up and go, but then he started using it. But we did talk this year about getting him something a little bit better, but he never came back to me and.
Yeah, we might need to revisit that. I'm not allowed to use it. My privilege is for club.
Ah.
Nothing, I just looked at it all.
Preston is never asked to use her as far as I know.
If it had,
As one.
My e-bike's got one.
if we put a lift kit on it, would you drive it?
How about put the cops on it?
Yeah, right.
But the cops like walking because that's how they get their exercise. Yeah.
Well, the other concept of this is a fleet, a rental fleet, of e-bikes. I don't know if that's something that Chamber of Commerce can do or.
Well, then, not to that scale, but the Ridgway Outdoor Adventure, that's.
Right, but like you go to downtown Denver,
Yeah.
lines of those things.
All of the children, when they go to Denver, create havoc with the rental scooters and the bikes.
And those
We
things
do
are.
not let
There-
Norway students rent them.
There was a fairly big discussion at the mayor's thing in Denver about the issues with e-bikes and kids and those one-wheel things that they ride.
Oh,
and
we're
they're not
getting
wearing
there.
helmets. And another thing to maybe just add to your to-do list, Preston, not that you need another thing, but talk to Shane about doing, they used to call them bike rodeos. Like every spring and every fall, they publicize an event where cops get together in the parking lot out here, set up cones, and they work with the kids and show them how to ride and stress the importance of helmets. And, you know, again, I don't know how many of you actually take part, but it's a good thing to offer. And maybe even just an education program with the parents to say, shouldn't you let your kids ride these things that go 35 miles an hour?
You're talking about those one-wheel skateboard
That
things?
any bikes.
I almost hit a kid. Seriously, honest guy, he went right in front of me. I was like, oh, it's,
They go so fast on those and it's, no.
they don't look.
That's a problem.
I couldn't stand.
When I was working with Jack, and then several times, just like.
Oh, straight.
It's as many adults on the one wheels in our communities.
But you know what? It's now the kids in the high school, a bunch of them have them.
Oh, no, it
Cut off
started
the
with the kids in
sidewalk.
Uray, and now it see as many adults in Uray cruising around them.
Yeah, it's an issue.
Preston's just cringing because he's asked for one person.
That's what they're gonna get you on and also take that on to your.
Full driveway.
Duct tape. to help.
Okay, you were sorry.
Moving along to the water fund. Or the done with the general fund?
Yeah, unless anyone has anything else for the 10-year general fund. The water fund, this is some of the items we were just talking about it a little bit ago. We were looking at the 5, but we've got the spin there. What, Joanne, you need to look at these actually. The third filter train, the water storage tank needs to be painted. And I think that really needs to happen that year, right? We keep moving it.
Well, yeah, I think I keep moving the thing to review the videos, but I'll bet we do need by then to do it.
Okay,
This is the inside of the tanks.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Not just putting murals in.
No, it's a big
I got it
process.
sandblasted.
We had one
I
done a
remember
while
last time
back.
we did it.
It was huge.
Yeah. Then there's the water collection system, the piping of Ridgway ditch and the head gate.
Yeah.
That came out of the plan, right? I think it came out
Yeah,
of the
that
plan.
would only do part of it.
And then the pre-sedimentation pond improvements and the piping that would be up at the plant. Increased capacity by the lake outfall. Micro hydro construction, and we're gonna move that to the 5-year plan. Develop hydro model or distribution system. Replace the John Deere backhoe, that just got added this year, John. Because the one that they're using right now is,
Yeah. But this
On
one
plus,
is
like,
probably too
that's too low. What do you want there?
probably 50.
Okay, we're gonna change the hydro model
Hydraulic one,
to 50.
because I'm not gonna do it.
Okay. And then we have this feasibility study of expansion of the water treatment plant and the expansion of the water treatment plant.
And where are we capacity wise on the water treatment? We talked about the sewer plant, but
The assessment said that we were good to 150.
Yeah, I think, that was the LRE one,
Yeah.
but the water plant itself. Trying to remember where it was. Yeah, that's one.
We're good.
Yeah, we should be good for a while.
okay.
Should be good.
For a
well.
while, what is what's while meaning?
Some of it depends, the next major expense for the water plant will be to replace the modules again. And as the modules get slightly more efficient, the plant gains capacity. And so, when we first built the plant in the winter, it didn't put out hardly anything, but when we replaced the modules probably 5 years ago, we started to be able to produce water in the winter. And so I think the rated capacity in the plant is probably closer now than it was when we first built it. So we've actually, when we first built it, I was pretty concerned.
When you say modules, do you mean cells?
The things inside the tanks. The tanks that pull out,
Oh, yeah.
your modules aren't really in modules. Hotchkiss's has actually got little plastic things around all their fibers. Yours are just in a clump. But
This is engineering talk, by the way.
yeah, well,
In a clump.
I don't know what you're talking about.
no, yeah,
Spaghetti.
yeah. Preston work takes call on the water plant.
So what the TLDR is, we good.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
my takeaway.
yep, we're okay for a while. We're probably 5 years away from having to buy modules again, and that was a big ticket. I don't know.
Is that on here?
No,
Or should it be on here?
it probably should be.
Should probably be on the 5 year.
Yeah,
4 to 5 years away.
Okay, so what about the cost?
I don't remember.
Modules and pumps.
Stuff.
So,
Look up, when you look up what we paid last time,
yeah, how long ago was it?
So double.
about a year before Dan left.
Okay, I'll find it.
That was 2018. It was like 2017.
I don't, yeah,
Okay,
So we have to replace them about every 5 years.
no, about every 10,
Every 10. So we'd have to do it within.
yeah.
And it could be hundreds of thousands.
It was, I think it was around 100.
I'm gonna add that to the 5.
Okay.
Cool, that's good.
Anything else on the 10-year water?
Think so.
Okay, and we're moving that micro hydro construction to the 5. And I increased the hydraulic model to 50,000. And sewer, we have lift station equipment replacement, kind of generic timeframe. Is that still good?
Yeah, I think so, unless Randy didn't say anything about needing stuff, so I think we're all
Okay. Upgrade the treatment system. There's, all that means something to Joanne, the MGD and BOD. And then there's our big ticket item of a mechanical wastewater treatment plant.
and I can stay, but I think it's gonna be more than 10 years.
Okay. And then identify the new plant site, and then that's actually in Joanne's planning this year. So that doesn't need to be there.
That probably doesn't need to be there. We'll just probably end up having to cover everything as growth continues to.
Which one are you doing?
Talking
Well,
about moving the plant
the
downstream, and
word
we've talked about
Identifying
that.
the plant site.
We talked about that when we did the CIP. We looked at going up at the gravel plant, we looked at going down river, and it's just, there's really no there. So, I think,
Ben Jackson on stuff. There's probably to do it down there.
yeah, and at some point, Ben Tisdale wanted us to work with BLM and get that little piece, but now people are pretty happy having that be public land. You probably don't want the wastewater plant there. And
Might not be a bad place for a mechanical.
yeah, or something totally enclosed. And one of the options I've looked at for Lake City is just covering the ponds.
Were they like a tent or?
No, insulated covers right on the pond.
Hot tub is.
Yeah,
To keep the birds out?
keep the birds out, keep the duckweed down.
Minimize Evapotranspiration.
Yeah.
Watching the versus great pastime.
They always come out there.
The second floor has a really nice view.
Does anyone have anything else for the sewer fund tenure?
If, as we talked, the preserve development wing, would they be building the lift station to supply that?
Oh, yeah.
So development, once a big development builds it somewhere, pays for itself.
Yes, right.
But we end up with it. I don't know if we put it into the original agreement. We didn't do a development agreement with them. So one of the things we do is the terrace has to pay extra for their pump stations. I think maybe with these lift stations that really only serve one development, we should be looking at a surcharge to cover the cost, not only of the power, but also the fact that somebody spends a couple hours a week.
Is there any there in like individual sewage injectors up there, or would that just be
That,
a terrible idea?
you're talking about like the vacuum system or for their collection system. That was a thing a while ago, and I don't know, I know the golf course in Montrose, that subdivision, South Cobble Creek, did that, and I think they changed it out. It's better from the town's perspective, having it be a central thing is at least it gravities to a place, and we don't have as much maintenance as we would with pressure line.
Yeah, I was just trying to decrease.
Yeah,
That just worked.
I think the original theory with those was the homeowners would be responsible for them. But that doesn't work out. But
Nobody wants raw sewage in their yard. It's-
exactly, yeah, they just have a really bad attitude. Fertilizer.
That's a CIP.
That's it.
The last item on the agenda was to talk strategic planning, but seeing as it's 2:20, we can go as long as y'all want, but you all gotta identify what you want to do here as it relates to talking strategic planning. Start to talk about strategic planning now or waiting to the subsequent meetings.
I would push to move to the next.
Is there a second?
How about we all agree to, if we haven't already, go through this document and take note of all the feedback in red and make sure you have a good understanding of it, or at least have your questions laid out so that the next time we do meet to talk about this, we can be efficient.
Can you include it in the next meeting packet?
Yep, it will be. Yep. And a lot of what we talked about today, taking notes on, and we'll start to draft the version for 2023. So we have a good start. You betcha, Terry. We're definitely going to talk about it at the next meeting and the meeting after that, and even the meeting after that.
Okay. You done then?
Did you share that I'm giving them development review?
Well, I gathered
I
that.
did, before you got here, I
Okay.
mentioned it. I said, now you're gonna be able to give us time for the water and sewer.
Exactly.
Would you like to share why?
Probably not.
It's understandable why, but
It's
least we-
been a difficult year. I think it's difficult for everybody with everything. It's just, people have just gotten cranky.
but we're glad to have Joanne still working on intern stuff. That's big.
You're welcome.
So just to add, I'm going to start drafting in like an RFP for engineering for development review as it relates to engineering services, and hope to issue that here in the next several weeks. but we'll definitely want to get someone on by the first of the year and have Joanne work with that firm on what our standards and specs say, what our regulations are, which chapter 7 is slated to change quite a bit here, so we need to stand by for that, right? But Joanne will still be around to help usher the new firm or the individual, whoever it may be, and get them where they need to be.
Well, thanks to you and Pam and staff for putting all this together, making it so digestible. Not to talk about seniors and stuff.
Thank you all. Thanks for taking 5.5 hours on a Saturday. I appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Pam, I want to thank you guys for Thursday night's effort.
Oh,
It was really fun.
See you, Liz.
Have a great.
Bye, Liz.
yeah.